Test 1 2. Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special meeting of the dangerous and dilapidated properties of the Lawton City Council to order. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.
Okay, a quorum is established. One agenda item change. We are striking agenda item number 4. Now we'll go to unfinished business. Item number 1. Consider adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 1113 Northwest Taft Avenue, 1705 Southwest McKinley Avenue, and 1921 Southwest Dr. Charles W. Whitlow Avenue secondary structure to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. We're going to start with the 1113 Northwest Taft Avenue. Jonathan.
Mayor, Council, 1113 Northwest Taft Avenue, inactive water since 12/5 of 2024. This came to the council this originally came to the council on 2/10 of 26. The structure had a fire on 6/7/2025 and currently has a demo permit on hold waiting for clearances. Staff recommendation is to continue to put this on the D&D. Any questions?
Councilman, Ward 2.
You said that there is currently a permit on. Can you give me a little more fidelity on that? When was it submitted?
So it was submitted on the 12th. So it was 2 days after the council meeting. And what we are waiting on is the utility companies, Summit, PSO, make sure that the water and sewer is capped as well, so we can issue out the permit to have this torn down. And
Okay.
It is a private demo as well.
So even if and they're going to tear it down anyway, even if it goes on the D&D.
Correct.
There's no change. It moves on. It falls off the D&D, gets torn down anyway, and there's no issue.
That is correct, yes, sir.
We've already had our public hearing.
Yes, sir, we already had the public hearing enclosed.
Okay, and as I recall, he was having trouble getting his permit, and it had to do with discontinuing utility connections. That's all cleared, but we need to put it on there to assure it happens. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Please vote.
Hooten. Yes. Epps.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Demery. Yes. Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries, bringing up 1705 Southwest McKinley Avenue.
1705 Southwest McKinley Avenue, inactive water since 3/8 of 2022. The property owner has applied for a remodel permit, but has also been working on items that do not require a permit. As you can see the before and after photos, that there are new roof, new shingles have been put on, new trim, and he has actually put on new siding as well on the structure. Staff recommendation is no action to be taken. Any questions?
Okay, are you okay with that, Ward 7?
I am, Mayor.
Okay, so no action. We move on to 1921 Southwest Dr. Charles W. Whitlow Avenue, secondary structure. John.
1921 Southwest Dr. Charles Whitlow Avenue calls for, so we've received multiple calls of vagrancy, and this is a secondary structure without the main habitable structure. Staff recommendation is to put this on the D&D. This, as of right now, because this is a secondary structure, it is in non-compliance with Lawton City Code 18-4-1-404.1.
Go ahead.
At the last city council meeting, to my understanding, Mr. Jackson, Jarvis Jackson, said that they were planning to put a structure on this land, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's what he said. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He's right here.
Jackson, come on up, Mr. Jackson. Tell us your plans for this property, please.
Hello, council. We do have plans to place a structure back on that property and would respectfully ask that you allow us to secure, of course, according to whatever guidelines you guys come up with, that secondary structure so that it could remain there.
I think what we need to do here, give me just a minute.
I do, Mr. Jackson. I do also have a code for the open space. Okay, gotcha.
But, Mr. Jackson, what's your timetable?
I would say anywhere over the course of the next 12 to 18 months.
What's your timetable to start?
I'm not certain at this point. It would certainly be within that time frame. I mean, we've always planned to. We had quite a few of those properties that were left us. We've sold them all, with the exception of that one property, and of course, that property had some special meaning to the family. We do plan to put another structure on that property. As of today's date, we had not determined when that would be, but certainly we want to comply with whatever you guys come up with, but we would like a little time to figure that out and have that remain secured until we do that.
Okay, we've got a question from Ward.
What we're trying to find out is how serious you are about that. Have you got plans drawn up or any type of plans drawn up for the new structure that you're going to be putting up there? I mean,
At this time, no.
yeah.
No, we don't.
When do you plan to do that? Do you follow what I'm saying? We're just trying to find out when, or give us a date of how serious you are about doing that. You know, when the city does that, we have plans drawn up, and then we go out for bids, and we all do that stuff. So there's preliminary stuff that takes place, but we're serious, and we're wondering how serious you are about that, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, we're very serious about the property. But as of today's date, we don't have any preliminary plans or anything drawn up.
Councilwoman, would you consider giving this gentleman time to come up with a plan and bringing this back in 90 days?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to continue, what are we doing, continuing it? Let's continue it for approximately 90 days to whatever council meeting that would be, okay?
Second meeting in May.
Second meeting in May.
Okay, a motion to continue the item after the public hearing. Move to table this matter to the second meeting in May.
At which time the property owner can bring back his plan and timeline.
Yes.
Is there a second? Discussion. Please vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Weiger. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
All right, thank you for coming, Mr. Jackson. Okay, and that brings up item number 2, consider request from the property owner for additional time to remodel the structure located at 2304 Northwest 47th Street per section 611108 subsection D of Lawton City Code, which states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by the council. John?
2304 Northwest 47th Street originally came to the council on 12/5/23. This structure has new roofing, new siding, new trim, windows, and doors. This structure also has passed the rough plumbing and also rough electrical. Staff recommendation is to allow him to continue to remodel the permit and give him another additional 180 days to get the final inspections done.
Mr. Hooton? Would you like to make a motion to allow them an extra 180 days? Staff recommendation? No, you're just,
A motion to allow for additional time to complete this construction.
is there a second? Second. And that time will be 180 days per the request and recommendation, right?
Yes, sir.
We did get a second? Yes. Discussion, please vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Weiger. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up item 3. Hold a public hearing and consider adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 503 Southwest H Avenue, 504 Southwest G Avenue, 506 Southwest G Avenue, 512 Southwest G Avenue, 1109 Northwest Williams Avenue, 1214 Southwest A Avenue, 1215 Southeast 45th Street, 1410 Southwest 8th Street, 1601 Southwest N.H. Jones Avenue secondary structure, 1618 Northwest Taft Avenue, 1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue, 2605 Northwest 26th Street, 4529 Southeast Avalon Avenue to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. All property owners have been notified as required by Oklahoma State Statute Title 11, subsection 2211-2A. Did I say that right? Okay. All right, so we're gonna, John has handed me a list of the people that are here, and we're gonna deal with those before we deal with the rest. 504 Southwest G Avenue, John.
There we go. 504 Southwest G Avenue, inactive water since 2/23 of 2018. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, trim, and soffit, broken windows. We have received calls of vagrants on the property. There is one secondary structure on this property. We posted on this property in accordance with state statute on 2/11/26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 504 Southwest G Avenue? Please come forward at this time. 504, come on up. Sir, 506, if you'll come and sit on the front row. And
504.
512 will be after that. If you'll come and sit on the front row, we'll be to yours in a minute.
Yes, but I got two houses. You want to do this two at the same time? Just we'll do this.
Okay, sir, I need your name and address, and what do you have to tell us about this property?
Okay, my name is Joao Ferreira. My address is 711 Northwest Micklegate Boulevard, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73505. So I manage all those properties. So that's one of the a package of properties that we bought last year. So we bought 37 houses. We have that one on the list to start on the next, probably in 6 months, because we still have some house to go. But from the 37 houses that we bought, we already cleared most of the half of the properties. So, but we have that one, and I'm pretty sure we have like 5 or 6 more like that we need to clear.
So, sir, can I ask you, is you and whoever it is you're representing intent to bring this back up to code?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great, because that's what we want too. We want livable homes, right? And so this is going to work out pretty good. My guess is that council's going to put this on the D&D list. You'll have 45 calendar days to get a permit, and then you'll have 6 months to complete the work. And you've seen we've already given someone extra time that made great progress, okay?
Mhm.
Do you understand that process?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for coming. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on 504? I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman.
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
We have a second discussion. Please vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton.
Yes.
Weiger. Yes. Williams.
Okay, we're going to do 506 Southwest G next, and then after that's 512. If you have 512, please come forward. Go ahead,
506,
John.
oops, sorry, sir. 506 Southwest G Avenue, inactive water since 5/21 of 2025. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, trim and soffit, broken windows. We've received calls of vagrancy on this property. There are 2 secondary structures on this property. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11 of 26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed for this. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing on 506 Southwest G Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Yes, sir. Can I get your name and address, please?
My name is David Ray Wishon Jr. I live at 506 Southwest G Avenue. And when we moved into the property, it was in total wreck. Since then, since January, I've probably moved about 4 tons of trash from that property. And I'm still working on it. And I just want to, whatever codes or whatever we have to do to get in compliance. The city inspector came by and told me that I was good because I have made a lot of cleanup on that property. But if I need to get a permit or whatever I have to do, I don't know. I don't really know what
It sounds like your goal's the same as ours, to get the property in code compliance.
Yes, sir.
Is that
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, probably the same thing that happened on the last one is going to happen. The council's probably going to put it on the D&D list, and what that does is put you on a timetable for action.
Okay.
And so you'll have 45 days to get your permit, and then you'll have 6 months to do the work, okay?
Okay, where we get the permit at?
You'll get with John and his crew here, and they'll tell you how to do that.
Okay.
Thank you for coming, sir.
All right.
Anybody else want to speak on 506 Southwest G? I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman?
Yeah, Mayor, let me ask this gentleman a question. Did you say you're living in that house?
Yes, sir.
Well, there's no utilities on,
There,
John?
we have active water. There's water at the property.
Well, I'm asking John. John, are there no utilities on in that house at
So
all?
no, sir. When we went to this property, there was generators hooked up in the back, and when I checked this morning, no water hasn't been turned on this structure since 5/21 of 2025.
Okay. So you'll have to get together with these gentlemen to try to figure out how to bring that property up to compliance because there's no utilities on.
Just the same thing for 512 and the other, what's the other address? It's all from 512.
As soon as we come there.
You need a motion.
Yeah, I move to approve a resolution declaring the present structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof set forth by the resolution.
May I have a motion and a second? Please vote.
Mayor Booker, would you
Yes.
mind closing that public hearing first?
I did say I closed the public hearing, but I'll close it again. The motion is to put it on the D&D, and there is a second. Let's vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Okay, that brings up 512 Southwest G Avenue. Who's here for 512 Southwest G?
Mayor, it's the same gentleman.
Same, okay. Go ahead, John.
512 Southwest G Avenue, inactive water since 9/15 of 2025. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, trim and soffit, broken windows. We received call of vagrancy on this property. There are 2 secondary structures on here on the property as well. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11/26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 512 Southwest G Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Yes, sir. You've already given us your name and address.
Yes.
So what do you have to tell us on this property?
Abraham owns the property for all that property, and I've been cleaning up all that property for those addresses for him, and whatever I have to do to get it up to code, I will do that. I'll work on that.
Great. Anybody else want to speak on this property? I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Okay, 1109 Northwest Williams Avenue is next. Please come forward if you're here for that property. John?
1109 Northwest Williams Avenue, inactive water since 5/3/25 with a fire date of 7/20/25. The structure has damaged roofing, broken windows and doors, damaged siding and trim. There is one secondary structure on the property. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11/26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. After speaking with the city manager and more information coming to light before today's meeting, staff is asking for this to be tabled for 60 days for the insurance claim and litigation that's on this property.
And Mayor, this gentleman's an attorney. He represents the mortgage company. They're in the process of active foreclosure right now. They anticipate gaining title to the property through a sheriff's sale in the next 45 days. So recommendation is bring it back in 60 after the mortgage company has retained title, and then we'll see how we are at that point.
Mr. Epps?
And I heard some of that discussion, John. So I think what I'd like to do is, are you still have the public record open? The public hearing?
Say it again.
Oh, it's not open? Okay, I don't really have questions. I kind of understand what's going on. I heard the discussion.
You want to continue this item to 60 days?
I do. Mhm.
Would you make that motion?
Yes. I move to continue the public hearing on this matter to, let's see,
Second meeting in April.
thank you, John. 4/28/2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote.
Hooton. Epps.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Motion carries, bringing up 14 Southwest 8th Street. If you're here for that property, please come forward. John?
1410 Southwest 8th Street. Excuse me, sorry. Inactive water since 2/14/25. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. I was reading the wrong notes. 1410 Southwest 8th Street, inactive water since 2/14/25. This structure did have a fire on it. Unfortunately, we do not have the fire date on this structure. As you can see, damaged windows, damaged siding, damaged roofing. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11/26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1410 Southwest 8th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Yes, sir, we need your name and address, please.
My name is Harold Velasquez. My address is 20 Northwest Mission Boulevard. This is my mom's house. It caught fire, and we're in the process of, we've been going through and we've been cleaning the inside of it out and working slowly on the outside. We're trying to build up funds to get a permit to work on the outside and the roof. We have cleaned up the siding a little bit as much as we can. We've gotten all the smoke damage out of the house. We're just slowly working on fixing it up to make it habitable again.
You didn't have insurance.
We did, but the insurance basically covered the mortgage on the house, paying off the mortgage of the house.
I see. Any questions, council? Ms. Williams?
What are you recommending?
Staff recommendation is still to put this on the D&D.
Does anyone else want to come and speak on this item? I'm going to close the public hearing.
Move to approve resolution declaring a structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Motion and a second. Please vote.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Brings, motion carries, bringing up 1618 Northwest Taft Avenue. If that's your property, please come forward.
16 sorry, sir, 1618 Northwest Taft Avenue, inactive water since 12/15 of 2022. The structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, trim, and soffit. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11 of 26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 1618 Northwest Taft Avenue, please come forward. Yes, sir. Name and address again, please.
Joel Ferreira, 711 Northwest Mico Gate Boulevard, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73505. So that's one more property that we have. The one we have scheduled for next month. We already working on put the permits and everything. So the water line is intact. We have electric meter on the house. The project is to replace all the siding, all the windows, the roof, and do the cosmetic work inside.
Sounds like a plan. Any questions, council? Does anybody else like to speak on this item? I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Or here, second? Second. Do you have a second? Please vote.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue. If that's your property, please come forward. John?
1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue, inactive water, excuse me, I apologize. 1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue, no water count was that found. This one does have damaged roofing, siding, trim, and soffit, broken windows and doors. Posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11 of 26. As of this afternoon, there is a permit on the structure for remodeled. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing on 1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue. Anyone wishing to talk on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Can you give us your name and phone number, please? Or name and address, I'm sorry.
I'm at 1618 Irene Avenue, and I'm already working on the house.
I need your name, sir.
Jesus Mendoza.
Hey, Mr. Mendoza, what do you have to tell us?
Yeah, I got permits on the house, and I've been working on it. So I'm pretty much almost ready with, I'm almost done with demolition that's supposed to be done on it. And I'm planning to do new floors on it, and then walls and everything else in the next 2 months.
So you're going to restore the house to habitability and code, right?
Yes,
Okay. And did I hear you say you already have permits?
yes.
John's
I
already
got
got
it here.
permits?
Yes, sir, he does. He applied for a permit, and it was issued on 1/5 of 26.
What's your recommendation?
Staff recommendation is still to put this on the D&D.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this address? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman?
Just to make sure I'm tracking correctly, once the permit's been pulled, it comes off the D&D?
So on this one right here, since he already has a permit, what that permit will do, it will actually convert into a D&D. The Boone Division will convert that into a D&D permit, and that's whenever the 3-month period will start for that one permit on there. And it basically helps us track to make sure that this structure gets into a livable condition again.
Okay, so it's a tracking mechanism to ensure that the work is getting done.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We do have a second. Please vote.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 2809 Southwest J Avenue. If that's your address, please come forward.
Mayor, that was struck.
That's the one we struck?
That's the one that we
Okay.
struck, yes, sir.
All right. It even says strike right there. I just didn't see it. Thank you. Is there anybody else that's here for a property on the D&D list? Okay, then we're just going to start at the top and go through these. 503 Southwest H Avenue, John.
Bear with me 1 second. Sorry about this. All right. Let me get my- .503 Southwest H Avenue, inactive water since 2/24/2023. The structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, trim, and soffit. We have calls of vagrancy on this property. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11/26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 503 Southwest H Avenue, please come forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Councilman.
I move to approve a resolution to carry structure on this property, dilapidated public nuisance, and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 1214 Southwest A Avenue, John.
1214 Southwest A Avenue, inactive water since 11/21/2025. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, trim, and broken windows. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11/26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1214 Southwest A Avenue. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman.
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We do have a second. Please vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 1215 Southeast 45th Street, John.
1215 Southeast 45th Street, inactive water since 9/10/2019. The structure has damaged roofing, damaged trim, soffit, and siding. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11/26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1215 Southeast 45th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Ward 4, Councilwoman.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We do have a second. Please vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 2605 Northwest 26th Street. John.
Mr. Mayor, you missed 1601 Southwest NH Jones.
Which one?
1601 Southwest NH Jones.
Okay, well, we'll go to 1601 Southwest NH Jones, secondary structure. John.
1601 Southwest NH Jones Avenue, secondary structure. The property has had inactive water since 11/14/2019. We have been called out here on vagrancy issues. This is not the main structure. As you can see, the main structure was demolished. This structure is not in compliance with Lawton City Code 18-4-1-404.1 and does not meet the requirements of the living space or it does not have any water or heat. We posted on the property within accordance to state statute on 2/11/26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Have you had any contact, any personal contact with this owner?
I have not, no, sir.
Okay, I feel like we need to apply the code evenly and that you need to continue this along with direction to make every effort to contact this owner, please.
I move to table this matter to the second meeting in May of 2026.
And please direct staff to make every effort to get in contact with this owner.
And please, will you get in contact with every effort with this citizen, please?
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you have a second? Second. Please vote.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 2605 Northwest 26th Street. John.
2605 Northwest 26th Street, inactive water since 9/6 of 2018. The structure has damaged roofing, damaged trim, siding, and broken door. We have received calls of vagrants on this property. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11 of 26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed for. Any questions?
What was the utility date on it?
Inactive water since 9/6 of 2018.
Wow. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 2605 Northwest 26th Street, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman Hooten.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing up 4529 Southeast Avalon Avenue. John.
4529 Southeast Avalon Avenue. Inactive water since 10/26 of 2022. The structure has damaged roofing. The brick, as you can see on the picture right here, is actually falling apart. Broken windows and doors. We posted on the property in accordance with state statute on 2/11 of 26. As of this afternoon, no permits have been filed. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 4529 Southeast Avalon Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
So you haven't heard from the owner at all?
So when I went out to this property, there were two individuals cutting down tree limbs, but as soon as we actually started taking pictures, they went away. From what I was told, I believe that she actually has called, and her intent is to get this remodeled, but she has still not pulled a permit yet.
Okay.
John, is the property properly boarded and secured? Is there a vagrancy issue here?
So we haven't been called out here on vagrancy, but as soon as I saw that that door was open, we did call out the code enforcement officer so we can get these, make sure that all securing is done on this.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Please vote.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Okay, did I miss any?
No, sir, you got them all?
We're done? Okay. And we struck item 4, so I need a motion for adjournment. Well, y'all are getting a little slow on that. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Stand adjourned.
It's test, 1, 2.
Okay, it's time to get started. Please take your seats. I'm going to call this regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Terry Marsh of the Carriage Hills Christian Church, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor. Right, thank you, Pastor Corvette. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Presentation, item number 1, City Manager.
Mayor, thank you. We have a special recognition tonight. Can I get Jerry Armstrong, the Director of Plans, Analysis, and Integration, and our brand new Garrison Commander, Colonel Poole. Thank you for joining us tonight, and I will turn it over to you guys.
Well, since you've already introduced him, a formal recognition. This is Colonel Poole, United States Army Garrison Commander for Fort Sill. Go ahead, sir.
So first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for, one, the support to the Fort Sill community. I've been here for about a week, and I have already learned very quickly how supportive you are. So I'm eternally grateful for the support to our soldiers, civilians, and family members. So I want to take this opportunity with Mr. Jerry Armstrong to present a special award for Partners in Defense Community to the mayor in concert with other key leaders within the community in support of our enterprise in making us better and ultimately enabling the country to be what it is. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Jerry to go into more detail, and we'll present the award.
Mr. Mayor, this is the 50th year, the 50th anniversary for the Association of Defense Communities. Every year, over 120 military installations pick one civic leader that is to be recognized as a pillar of the community and a true supporter of their military installation. We decided that you would be our representative this year. The association only allows 20 of those, of the 120 in the continental United States. That's just the Army entries. He also competed against every Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force installation. You are one of 20 out of all those installations.
We beat the Marines?
Please do not tell Colonel Schwarzer that. And if he, as long as he doesn't see this, yes, you beat the Marines. Yes, sir. And it simply reads, Defense Community Champions honoring Mayor Stan Booker for 2025 to 2026 as a local community champion. And if you were to go to the Association of Defense Communities website, his picture is already up there. And so I'll leave this to Colonel Poole. But, sir, thank you for being such a great partner to Fort Sill.
Well, thank you. Thank you, sir. Right, thank you, guys. So, y'all hold on just a minute. So, I do want to say this. Everybody loves to be recognized, and one of the favorite things I do as mayor is I get to recognize people for doing things. But when a mayor gets an award, there's a lot of people behind the scenes working. And the idea of us bringing these communities together is not just me. There are so many people that are constantly working. Everybody up here on the dais is constantly working to develop better relationships with Fort Sill. And we already have a great relationship, obviously, or they wouldn't have nominated. But this is a true team effort. And we have other community members that are always working to make a better place for soldiers and families to live. And that's what we're about, great support. And so thank you guys, and welcome to Lawton Fort Sill. Let's give the Colonel a big Lawton Fort Sill welcome. God bless you. Thank you. Next up is the Clean Sweep Award. Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association, Oklahoma 10-3. You guys come on down, all of you. Yeah, bring them down. Thank you guys. Just kind of line up here, okay? So I want to tell you that we appreciate what you guys do, because we know, the employees can't do it all. If community members aren't a part of the solution, then we're in trouble as a city. You guys have made yourself a part of the solution by taking on a mile of road, right? 1 mile? And so thank you for what you do. And it says, Clean Sweep Award proudly presented to the Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association, Oklahoma 10-3. I guess that's like a club number? Chapter number? Okay. Looks like chapter and verse, 10-3. This special recognition honors community groups and organizations that actively contribute to keeping our city clean by regularly picking up litter. It celebrates our dedication to maintaining a beautiful and welcoming environment for all residents. Let's give them another big round of applause as they didn't miss to take a picture. All right, thank you guys. Now, who's the boss? Over there. All right, you want to say?
I just want to say thank you for recognizing us. We don't do it for the recognition. We definitely do it for our community because we love it here at Fort Sill, Lawton. And again, I couldn't do it without all of them, and there's many, many more that are part of our chapter that couldn't be here this evening. And without any of them, we'd still be picking up our first set of trash. So thank you so much.
How many total members do you have?
For our chapter locally, we have just a little over 100 members.
Wow, no kidding. Okay. All right, well, we always want to be good friends with motorcycle. Oh, you're not a gang.
We are not a gang.
We're not. We always want to be good friends with everybody, and we mean it sincerely. Thank you for being a part of the solution. Let's give them another round. I didn't know you were going to try. Now we got another fun one, recognition of Eisenhower Middle School's media class.
Thank you, Mayor. A few months ago, I went home late one night and I was watching the Lawton Public Schools channel, and I came across a video that some Eisenhower Middle School students directed, edited, put together, and it was pretty amazing. And I just would be remiss if we didn't take this opportunity to highlight this incredible work that our students all over the district, but specifically Eisenhower Middle School. This particular video is called America Is. And so I'd like Ms. Price and all of the EMS middle school students to come down, please. Let's give them a round of applause. And Donna Lynn, can we play a segment of the video? The whole video is 11 minutes long, so we're not going to play it here, but we're going to play a little bit of it.
When someone asks you, what is America? You're probably thinking of that. Something with a president or someone in the government talking about what America is to them. This is not that kind of video. America? America is people in it, like the architect, the business owners, the football player, or the bankers. You can see America is all of us. America is you, America is me, we are America.
Let's give them another round of applause. Ms. Price, do you want to introduce your students to everyone?
This is Nick. This is Haley. This is Malika. This is Araya. And this is Chelsea. This is a small group of our class. So.
Thank you. One more round of applause for them. Okay, thanks, guys. Awesome job.
Go Vikings! Okay, next up is recognition of the Oklahoma Municipal League of the City of Lawton employees that have completed 25 years of service to Lawton in 2025.
Thank you, sir. Craig, will you come on down? So we have several 25-year employees to recognize tonight. The first is Glenn Hinton, our wastewater collection superintendent. Come on down, Glenn. Let's give Glenn another round of applause. Okay, next up, James Culbertson, Parks and Recreation. Okay, next up, our Fire Chief, Jared Williams. Come on down, Jared. Okay, next up, Christy Bolin, Administrative Assistant, Criminal Investigation Division, LPD. Okay, next up, Lieutenant Thomas Bailey, Lawton Police Department. Okay, Sergeant Richard Wallace, Lawton Police Department. And last up, Carl Veldhusen, our Water Collection Superintendent.
All right. The fun's over and we have to work. Time for reports by the mayor, city council, and city manager. And let's do this. Let's start with the Sergeant Major. Sir, what can you tell us that's going on at Fort Sill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I appreciate it. So I would like to say, one thing I want to bring up is, we'll talk about Colonel Poole here. I know we introduced him at the beginning, but He was on ground a couple days, and we brought him out Saturday morning, before 09. We did we have a pretty robust run series, as you know, on the installation. It was about 30 degrees that morning. It was freezing out there, and we had 800 or so individuals. We brought him out there. We honored the Buffalo Soldiers, and I want to say that without them, we may not have a Fort Sill. So it was really good, significant event that we did, and we didn't give Colonel Poole any time to be get comfortable and learn. We hook him up to the fire hose and give him a lot of information real quick. That's what we do around here. So he'll be with us he already has an assignment in Germany. But he's locked in. He's ready to go. He'll be with us for about 90 days. And one thing I wanted to say was he's hooked, and he inquired about what it takes to earn a I Love Lawton Fort Sill pin. So I just wanted you to know he's been asking about that.
I made it too easy. I already gave him one.
He already has it? All right. Well, good. He's done some good things, so he earns it. He deserves it. But so we're doing a lot, across the installation, and we want to say thank you to everyone. And he knows. One of the first things we told him was about 70% of our personnel, dressed like me, live within the community outside the gates. So, and that's a big piece. Why we talk about Lawton Fort Sill and not one or the other, but the community supports us, and we love you guys for that, and we appreciate it, and we'll continue to do, all we can to give back. But about 70% of us live outside with everybody. So thank you.
Okay, so we don't normally applaud reports, but I think that report deserves applause. Mr. Warren.
Just want to invite everybody out, and I'm going to call it the West Side Thunder Park dedication. Saturday at 1 o'clock, come on out, and Mr. Parks is going to show off his great works. And we've got a new park out there. We've got parking, which I'm happier about the parking than I am about anything else, because the neighbors out there have wanted that parking for a really long time. But I'd like to invite everybody out to have a good time and see the great work that they've done out there.
And Ms. Williams.
Yes, speaking of Buffalo Soldiers, last night had a very good event there at the Lawton Public Library. Many showed up, and it was a lot of great history about the Buffalo Soldiers. I'm part of the organization myself, but Sergeant Major Wallace gave some very good information, and same as Command Sergeant Major McLean, and I had given a little bit of information also. Also at the Lawton Public Library, it's an event, read under the big top. You complete 5 books and receive a small prize, and 1 entry into drawing for every 5 books that you read, up to 25 books. You can go to LawtonOK.beanstack.org to enter. Also, this coming Friday, February 27th, we'll be having an unveiling of the Black Heritage Stamp this Friday, the 27th at 12 p.m. at the NAACP building, which is located at 1512 Southwest Washington Street. And once again, we're going to have good food, similar to the same food that we had this past Saturday at the Galilee Missionary Baptist Church, in which they had ribs, pig feet, chicken, gumbo. So if you'd like to come out and have some real good food and enjoy yourself, we'll have desserts and drinks, and that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Uyghur.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, Farmers Market, they're still having that program going on where you get $10 to buy food if you want to lose weight, and they try to train you a little bit to eat right. It is a good opportunity to go down and meet some other citizens, good gathering place. I do want to give a shout out to the police and fire. Public safety is a very, very big component that our tax dollars pay for. And that is boots on the ground people 24/7 taking care of the safety of you and your loved ones. And they should be commended for their commitment to be the heroes that they are. And last thing, my wife and I had the opportunity to fly out of Lawton. That airport is looking real dandy there. They're going to have a grand opening at some point. But if you haven't flown out or you just want to go over there and see, go over there and take a look at that airport. We look professional. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Ms. Demery.
Good afternoon, everybody. For those of you that like the snow, for those of you that miss the cold, there's a polar plunge on Saturday, February the 28th. So I encourage everybody to go out over at the Aquatic Center. It's to raise funds for the Special Olympics. Also, the library is hosting a senior mini session where high school and college graduates can receive free photos because graduation photos are very expensive. So at the library, they can receive up to 6 free photos courtesy of Through Movement Photography, and that is going to be March 14th from 9:30 to 2:30 p.m. So go check them out. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Good evening. I'd like to offer thanks to Officer Matt Demmett, who provided us a briefing at one of our neighborhood watch meetings last night. Excellent briefing. I highly encourage if you want it. I think he enjoys everything he does, and I think he likes that. It's very informative.
Okay, very good. And Mr. Epps.
A couple of quick things. One, I'd like to just acknowledge the Chamber of Commerce. Their Black History Committee put on an excellent program this past weekend. Very educational, and 2 things that I really enjoyed about it the most was, one, it was all local artists. It was a play written by local talent. It was a play performed by students, local students from our schools, and the musicians were all from here locally. So to me, that was something special. I appreciate that. The second thing I want to acknowledge is that down at the FISTA, you might have noticed this morning there's a lot of cars out in the parking lot, and that's because FISTA is holding, in conjunction with the Air Missile Defense Association, they have partnered and they're holding a counter UAS symposium. So there's great collaboration, great discussion that's happening down there. I mean, just a real good, exciting time for FISTA in our community. And last, I have to always highlight that there are things to do here in the Lawton-Fort Sill area. So I was told that the registration deadline for our local art classes will be February 27th. So please go online to register. They're going to have intro to acrylic, intro to fiction, intro to finger drawing, photography, and watercolor. Thank you.
Mr. Hooten.
Yes, well, I just wanted to say one of the eye-opening moments that I've had since being on the city council for a short time is the type of people that you run into in the staff here with the city, and then watching those guys, men and women, come down a few minutes ago that have been here 25 years. It just tells you, cumulatively, all that it's a really good organization, and they're doing good work, and they're well-run, and I really appreciate what they do. And many thanks to the Buffalo Soldiers. Before I moved to Lawton a few years ago, I didn't know anything about the Buffalo Soldiers. I think it's a wonderful organization and great work that they did a long time ago and do now. Thank you.
And City Manager.
Mayor, council, citizens, I am extremely excited to report there will be some very key groundbreaking ceremonies coming up in the city of Lawton over the next few weeks. On Friday, March the 6th at 3:30 at the old fire training station at 1701 Southwest Lee, we will finally break ground on our Animal Welfare Center. And that has been years in the making. Thank you, citizens, for supporting the CIP, because the CIP made this possible. On March 12th, we will be doing the groundbreaking for the Plex, and that's the new indoor sports complex. Another really exciting event, another facility that was enabled by CIP dollars, and that is going to be at 4 p.m. on Thursday, March the 12th at 3802 East Gore, formerly at Eastside Park. And then lastly, on April 3rd, we don't know the time yet, it's TBD, but we'll be doing the groundbreaking for Firehawk. And Firehawk is our new defense company that's coming to town, and they're going to manufacture 3D printed rocket fuel and other propellant for artillery rounds. So we're really excited for all these groundbreakings. We're really excited to welcome Firehawk to the community. Thank you.
All right, and that concludes our reports and brings up the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, we're striking item 17. Other than that, I've had no request to pull anything off the consent agenda.
Mayor, council, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
As presented, striking item 17. Good for second? Okay, please call, are we calling the roll or voting? Well, please vote. Okay, I need to know how many requests to speak we have on this unfinished business. The consent agenda passes 8-0. And that brings up unfinished business. Item 24, consider holding a public hearing and approving an ordinance including any floor amendments pertaining to planning and zoning, amending Section 18.614.646, Division 18.614, Article 18.6, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand no greater than 5 megawatts as a permitted use within an I-1 restricted manufacturing and warehouse district, amending Section 18.614.647, Division 18.614, Article 18.6, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-1 restricted manufacturing and warehouse district, amending Section 18.615.658, Division 18.615, Article 18.6, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-2 industrial park district, and amending Section 18.616.672, Division 18.616, Article 18.6, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-3 light industrial district, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Christie.
Yes, Mayor, that was a long title. Thank you for reading that. Yes, we're here again because this item was tabled. We did hear last council meeting a presentation from Richard Rogowski regarding data centers, and so we're bringing this code back today. This is the exact same code we presented before with the 5 megawatt kind of distinguished between permitted use and use permitted on review. Based off of the comments and stuff like that we've heard, we've had some staff discussion, and we've prepared a ordinance that we feel is the most restrict we could go by still meeting state statute. And so we would recommend that a data center and data asset mining with a peak electrical demand of not greater than 2 megawatts be allowed as a permitted use in I-1. And then anything greater than 2 would be a use permitted on review in I-4. And again, a use permitted on review would require 2 public hearings, a hearing in front of this City Planning Commission and a public hearing in front of City Council. And that would also be a binding site plan, so it would be a case-by-case basis, and that would give the City Council and the City Planning Commission ways to answer questions, add conditions for each circumstance that we maybe come across. Sure, yes.
Richard, did you have anything you wanted to say? Okay, I do have a question, and I like this, and from what I understand, your recommendation and the suggested motion that's been handed out is the most restrictive we can be and still comply with state law. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to repeat that. This motion that I'm sure somebody up here is going to make is the most restrictive we can be and still comply with state law.
Yes, sir, that's what we've come up with.
Okay.
And read
now,
it by legal and everything.
That sounds
yes.
great. Now I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Because that takes care of things inside the city limits. But outside the city limits, they're still dependent upon our water. And so I want to know if something located outside the city limits, what control do we have concerning water that we sell them?
I believe, and Jerry, you correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's a moratorium currently on outside water sales.
No, that's
No,
lifted.
not anymore, okay.
Richard, are you wanting to say something?
So, the city would not be required to sell water to someone outside the city limits. And it has been, I believe there's a policy that says that, well, Rusty probably knows it better than I do.
Hi, Rusty.
Hello. Sorry I wasn't able to be here last meeting. Any water sold by the city of Lawton outside the city limits has to come to, an outside water sales agreement has to come to this council floor for approval.
Okay, but water's an interesting thing, and I know we put a moratorium at one time, but I want to make sure, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm just going to tell you why. I got a call, one of the calls that I received this week, about a particular company that has 160 acres tied up on options, and this is outside the city limits, and from what I understand, 10 acres of it is in the city limits. So they think we're going to have to sell them water. I want to know if that's accurate.
If and it really depends on, do we have water at that location? And do we have the volume of water at that location that they're going to demand? Because on a commercial industrial user, if we do not have water at that location and the volume necessary to meet their demand, it's their responsibility to pay the city or bring the water to them and the volume of water. And on a commercial project, we have to issue a will serve letter to them to serve it to the location. Now, depending on the amount of water they need for their location, it still would come through an authorization from the city to sell them the water, especially depending on where they build their facility at.
Okay, I just need to make sure that I'm hearing right. The city has the option to say we cannot supply you water.
Yes.
There
We
is
do that on
no
commercial and
legal
industrial.
mechanism that would force us to do so. Is that correct?
I am not aware. That would be a legal answer on that one. I'm not sure on that one.
Mayor,
Well, we're not going to
not-
get that solved without research.
Yeah, that's-
But I'm sure the legal will be getting us the answer to that. Richard, do you want to say something?
So I think what a facility, a property inside the city limits, right? There are two things that, well, if there was a water line in front of them, I believe you would serve that facility, but only to the capacity that water line can give. If there's no water line, then they would have to extend it. But the other thing that you control is zoning. So, I mean, if it's agriculturally zoned.
Okay, this
Yeah.
location is outside the city limits.
If it's outside the ci-
except for 10 acres of it.
So, but the 10 acres you control the zoning on, and that's the only one that you would have to serve. You do not have to serve the property outside the city limits. And so, again, if that 10 acres is agriculturally zoned, and I don't recall what the zoning of that 10 acre is, it may be residential, but, it's still not a large quantity of water. And again, you only to the amount that the water is available at that location. And it's only to the 10 acres. So that would be, and again, there's still more research from legal, but from my experience in the planning department for 20 years, that's
That's the rules. That's the rules. Okay, you want service there, you need to get a water extension. City council has to approve the plans for the water extension. So none of that, I mean, it doesn't happen without city council approval.
Okay, thank you.
Layers of it.
Did you have a question, Mr. Hampton?
I did, Mayor. I've fielded a few calls, and this has become a very a kind of passionate issue. And I've done some research on these data centers. The use on review gives the citizens of Lawton the ability by public hearing to have a voice in any data center that would want to come into the city of Lawton. Am I correct? Is
Yes,
that a correct
twice.
statement?
They would have a public hearing in front of the City Planning Commission. The City Planning Commission then makes a recommendation to City Council. City Council, there'd be another public hearing, so they would have 2 opportunities for every center that would come in. A use permitted over the 2 megawatts if that's what we decide tonight.
Right.
And they have a binding site plan, so.
Okay, sorry for interrupting. Thank you. I think that this issue all over the nation is such that one to where the citizens want to have a voice in it. It is no doubt that my personal feeling is that any data center that would come in, and I'm understanding that there's state statutes that we have to follow that are binding, but I know that we can set this up. You know, when we were talking about some other facilities that were coming in here, we did have some public forums on that at McMahon Auditorium. And I think that this is such a hotbed issue that I want to talk about this use and review thing, because I want to make sure that the citizens in this issue at this point, and that's what I was hearing, that they actually have an opportunity to have a forum to talk about this before it even goes to council for vote. And some of what the mayor was talking about, you know, some of these businesses can be pretty shrewd trying to come in and deal with doing things that are not really above board to make money. And I think the last time we discussed this, we were asking questions about that. We asked questions about the water aquifers and whether or not they can come in and just take water from the aquifers without consent of anybody here. One of the things, and I think the mayor touched upon this, is the issue of property that's not in the city and how much control we have on that. And we're kind of touching on that a little bit, and I want to make sure the wording in here is set up to where the citizens can have public hearings on any data center that wants to come in here, whether it's here in the city or in the county, and if that's possible.
This is only zoning. So this is the zoning regulations. There's only zoning within the city limits.
And, right, I understand that this is only zoning, and I understand that this is one step in that fact, but that's what we're talking about. And the reason I'm bringing this up, from the calls that I've fielded, indeed, the citizens want a voice in any data center that comes here, and I think that this needs to be worded the wording needs to be set up to where that can happen. Just one last thing for clarity's sake. With what the mayor was brought up for, because that's one of the things that I had to deal with, that I was kind of ignorant on, I didn't really understand. You know, we just gave a piece of property water rights, Russia, you know about that for sure, because they wanted to order their animals. And it was a big parcel of land. And there was some concern about some citizens thinking that because we gave them that spigot and they followed policy, and I let them know that all of that was about policy. It wasn't about animals or whatever. Anyways, in saying that, the concern of a lot of the citizens I had, if we give water to a parcel, outside water sales is what I'm talking about, Rusty, then we still control how much water we give them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because when they apply for that, outside that water spigot, they're applying for a certain volume of water, and that's all they get? Am I correct in saying
Certain volume
that?
and certain connection size also. It's
Say it again.
it's certain connection size, like the one you're talking about. It was a 1-inch connection is all they're authorized, and one-inch connection.
And that's going to serve a certain volume of water.
Yes.
Far from what any data center was going to need, correct?
A long ways from what they would need, yes.
And I know this is about zoning, but with water sales, I know we don't control too much about electricity, but with water sales, the city does have control over how much water that we do give to anybody that applies for water, whether it's in the city or outside water sales that we do, correct?
The city has control of that, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Council, usually when we have individuals that have requested to speak and we have 6, we usually limit our discussion to questions before they speak. And the reason for that, so that we don't say something that intimidates a resident and keeps them from saying what's on their mind. So I'm going to ask you to hold it to questions. If you've got questions now, let's ask them, but I'm going to ask you to hold it to questions till after the citizens speak. Mr. Epps.
I understand that there's a minimum legal requirement. Are we saying that if everything was by use permitted overview only, are we saying that we would not meet state statute?
This code the code up here that's about the 5 megawatts, it would allow, if you were under 5 megawatts, to be outright permitted use in I-1, which means it would be allowed if you were that small. This would also allow it if you were bigger than 5 megawatts as a use permitted on review in every single zoning district. And so, but the proposed code about the 2 megawatts, it would just be a outright permitted use in I-1, which would mean it would be allowed in every zoning district, which then would meet the qualification of the state statute.
Sure.
And then push everything bigger to a use permitted on review, but only in I-4.
Okay, maybe this might be for the lawyer. If we did everything, and there was we didn't say that there was this minimum 5 megawatt, that wasn't a thing, and everything was on, everything had to come before council, everything had to go through the process where citizens could come speak and everything. Would that put us in violation of state statute, or would we still, because we're not technically denying it?
Okay, so I just thought of this today when, you can take something to the Supreme Court where the best justices in the country, and they don't agree, right? They're not unanimous, right? So what I'm going to give you is an opinion, but it's a very short state statute, and I'll just read you exactly what they say. It says right here. Now, this statute was about data mining, data access, or digital asset mining, which is data mining, right? Except physically it's the same thing. It's a building full of computers, right? Now, but I'll tell you why I tie it to data centers also. It says, it shall be legal in the state of Oklahoma to have digital asset mining business in any area that is zoned for industrial use, period. Digital asset mining business, which is defined as over 1 megawatt, greater than 1 megawatt, in any industrial use. So the state statute says it's legal to put it there in any industrially zoned area, period, right? Then it also says, and this is the part that causes me problem. Well, first of all, similar uses. I've read a lot of court cases where a city says no to a similar use and they get sued and they lose. And that's why I'm very sensitive to this, right? After 20 years in planning. But however, and the state says a little bit further, a political subdivision shall not be able to impose any other requirements on digital assets mining businesses that is not also a requirement for data centers in its jurisdiction. So the state, in that same statute, says they have to be allowed in any industrial zoned area, and they have to have the same code as data centers. So he equated the two. So that's where my jump is, right? So you could meet state statute by saying, okay, digital assets allowed in any industrial area, but data centers are use permitted on review. So that would meet that first line of statute. But my concern is that you are exposed because the state equated the two in two, in the very, two sentences down. And that's why what we're saying is, okay, so if they're defining a digital asset mining center as over 1 megawatt, well, I'm allowing it in the industrial area if I limit it, if I go between 1 and 2, right? Anything over 1 is allowed, but let's just stop it at 2, and then from there on, it's a use permitted on review. That's still a fine line, to be honest with you, but it absolutely does meet the letter of that statute. But again, this is an opinion, and you all make the policy, and so I can't guarantee either way, really.
I'm just trying to understand what risks we put ourselves at if we approach this a little differently. And I'm not sure that you really got after my question, which is if everything were by permitted upon review only, are we then in violation? My intuition leads me to believe no, because there's not been a denial. There's been a process, a more lengthy process, but not a denial.
Again, that first sentence says, it almost says, regardless of what your city code says, digital asset mining is legal in any industrial zoned area. That's what that first sentence says, right? That's what, I mean, I don't think it's a great state statute. I think they're taking your zoning control away, but that's what it says. Now, that doesn't mean you could just simply say, no, I'm going to do them all as a use permitted on review, because just like what you said, it still allows them a process.
Rusty.
But our recommendation is that's some exposure, right? You understand what I mean?
Did you say the last time we talked about this about a month ago, did you say they still had to come to us to get approved for water usage amount?
If they're outside the city limits, they've got to go to the committee and then to council. If they're inside the city limits and there is sufficient water there, and at this level, we review to see if there's sufficient water available and not detrimental to the system. If they're detrimental to the system, they have to expand the system to remove that detrimental effect.
Okay.
And then that comes to council for accepting that.
Okay, another question. Are we violating the state statute if we require them to have a closed loop system and not emit over a certain decibel of sound? Because I didn't hear anything in that state statute that says we couldn't have restrictions on it.
You have current restrictions on sound, so.
Well, I think sound's a big deal. From what I've learned, or I think I've learned at least, is that you hear these things for 2 miles away.
Yeah, so the state statute does talk about sound, but it does not talk about water. So,
what does it say about sound?
It said, shall place no specific limit on sound decibel generated from a data asset mining business other than limits set for sound pollution which apply to any industrial zoned areas generally. And, basically that goes to 89 decibels. Except for I-1 and I-2 have limits that really limit you to the current decibels at the property line. So that's kind of why we kind of liked this code. I-1 and I-2, first of all, the water for two megawatt data centers is less than 15,000 gallons per day, which is pretty minimal. I mean, almost any of our lines can feed that. Like 40 gallons per minute. But so it's already limited. And the sound in I-1 and I-2 is limited by code to being the same as it was before you got there at the property line.
Okay, so I do think wherever we end up on this, we need to direct staff to start working with our elected officials at the state and Oklahoma Municipal League to relieve us of the burden of that or that state statute. But can we also put a restriction and say they have to have a closed loop cooling system?
I believe you can. I mean, I really do, because that's not addressed in the state statute. I know I haven't done 100% research, but I believe you do have the purview on having it as you could put that on there.
Okay. Council, before I open this up to the citizens, who has questions? Ms. Williams.
If the data system happen to come to Lawton, is that a 24-hour operation?
Typically, yes.
And did I understand you correctly as far as the noise? It's not a limit on the noise?
There's currently a limit already in Chapter 16 about offenses and crimes, and it's 89 decibels at the property line.
But that's in your higher industrial districts, I-3 and I-4. In I-1 and I-2, it's limited to the current sound level at the property line. So we would measure the sound before they got there, and they would have to meet that same sound level. So they cannot increase sound pollution in I-1 and I-2 by code already. In fact, that applies to everybody in those zones, right? So.
I just want to know, so how loud is that? Is it kind of like the boom
Okay,
that we hear
so-
from Fort Sill?
No.
70 decibels is like a tractor. Lawnmowers can be 80 or 90 decibels. So technically, you're right on the edge of breaking our sound ordinance when you're mowing your lawn. But they're loud. I mean, lawnmowers are loud. So that's 80 and 90 decibels. 45 decibels is considered typical traffic noise. So that's, that's kind of the range. So.
Okay, thank you.
In doing my research, the city probably could use a better sound ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. This question may be addressed to maybe Rusty as well. With a 5 megawatt, you're dealing with approximately 3,500 to 5,000 homes as far as electrical usage. These would run 24/7 nonstop. They would never shut off or shut down. PSO explained they would build the accommodations to keep the power going, whether that would be another substation, whatever PSO would do to accommodate the electrical needs, which were already challenged in our summer months of businesses are encouraged to shut down early when we have our little heat waves so we don't overload our grid system. From the water perspective, how much water are we looking at for 3,500 to 5,000 homes at the 5 kilowatt approximate gallons usage per day?
Basically, Richard had said that the 2 megawatt is 15,000 gallons per day. It's basically 2.5 times that, so you're talking about 50,000 gallons per day. And
Which in the summertime, we have water restrictions often because of our dry season.
we can, yes, that's true. We haven't had it in quite a while, but in 2014, 10 through 15, we had a lot of water restrictions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Questions, council? Okay, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Does this zoning ordinance permit the data center from expanding?
If they would be over the 2 megawatts, they would be bound to a binding site plan. So that binding site plan would give us a square footage of a building and their use and everything else. So if they change that, there's a modification to the site plan. And so that would go back through the whole process. So if they wanted to expand, they'd have to modify their site plan, which is public hearings, stuff like that all over again.
All right, I'm gonna, oh, I'm sorry. Who's wanting to talk? Ms. Williams? Go ahead.
Generators. They're going to have generators for backup on these data centers, which would require, and most of them, from what I've read, are diesel. So that's going to require diesel storage on site. You're talking likely thousands of gallons of diesel. What would we, or what do we have in place regarding the regulation of that?
When you have your building codes and your fire codes, So anytime they would have to pull a permit, they'd have to make sure that they abided by the building code and then the fire code. Commercial building permits like that would get reviewed by the fire marshal's office. And so they would look at those regulations and make sure they had their separation and containment areas and all that kind of stuff. Sprinklers, if that was required. That's through the building permit process. And those are the international codes.
Okay.
At this point, we haven't, they haven't mentioned location of where they want the data center, on the east side, west, north, or south.
This is just a prepared, we're trying to get prepared for when they do come. We don't have application for any of them that I know of.
Okay, we're going to go to the public comments. I've had 6 people sign up to speak. We have 9-minute time limit, so I think what I'm going to do is to give it a minute and a quarter, we'll just make it 2 minutes a person. And the first up is Ann Holloway. If you're one of the 6 people that signed up to speak, would you just make it down to the front and sit on the front row, and then you're handy when I call your name. And Ms. Holloway, I've got your name and address and everything here, so you've got 2 minutes.
Oh. Am I ready? Can I go? All right. Who profits from data mining centers? Google AI overview response. Answer was, and I quote, major technology companies, data center, real estate, investment trusts, hardware manufacturers, and energy providers, unquote. Data mining centers also support artificial intelligence, or AI. The residents of Lawton, I believe, issue with the data mining centers is that the profits will be generated directly from the Lawton residents and directly into the pockets of the City Council in the following ways. AI, all information collected from the data mining center will be used by the council in future decisions that affect the daily life of the average Lawton resident in the following ways. And it covers hidden patterns. This sounds good until the new city tax bracket is determined every year by the patterns data mining center uncovered. For example, in my research using Google AI, residents' electric bills will go up by 7 to 8%. Also, data mining centers use, according to Google AI, 49 billion gallons of water in 2025 for cooling. Lawton uses 14.6 billion gallons of water to support the rough estimate population of Lawton's population of around 92 people. Oh, my question is, when will the city inform its residents that the citizens' water will be shut off between 3 to 4 days while the council recoups the money spent? Well, people's water is shut off for 3 to 4 days. I know and understand that for improvement to happen in any circumstance, patterns and problems do have to be discovered and corrected. What is not agreed upon is that data mining centers give higher authority to act on behalf of people who are judged according to what the city council determines is best for the city. And we want you not to decide for us. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
I've got your information.
Fantastic. All right, so I know I don't have a lot of time. Here we go. So good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Normally when we think about AI, we think about the cloud, but actually it is a very physical structure, as we've been talking about. I gave you all some bullet points in a packet that goes over all the different things from water to electric to noise to energy to air pollution, land use issues. I even have examples of other data centers in places like Virginia and the disaster that they are finding after they are doing research on these areas. They were made a lot of promises that were not kept, and I do not expect promises to be kept now. Going through here, a big point that hasn't been discussed either is how often this disproportionately affects low-income families and areas and minority groups. These centers normally get put in areas where that's already an issue. There's a disparity there, so this just kind of adds to that disparity. And as y'all brought up the noise issue, this causes so many psychological and long-term learning issues with kids. Seriously, I just don't have enough time to talk about it all. I did go through also, I made y'all a bunch of maps to show what the crop density looks like, the livestock density, current drought conditions. I got a nice graph here from Pew Research showing how much energy consumption has gone up and how much is projected to continue to go up. It's not coming down. It's just going to get worse. And with these data centers, we're looking at 40% increase in just a couple years. Most of us can't handle that, and that's a cost that's pushed onto the consumer. Also, I brought up air quality standards as well. And so if you'll look at these maps, you'll see how all that aligns. I kind of skimmed over a lot because of my time limitations, so I will end it there. I did give y'all my contact information as well within that packet, so please feel free to contact me further. I am more than happy to talk about this in depth, if you will. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. And Tina Davis. Now, we've got your information, so go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Good evening. I stand before you today to address the elephant in the room. There's a deep-seated frustration spreading through Lawton, a feeling that the public input has become a box to check rather than a voice to be heard. Many of us feel that the city has already made up its mind on these data centers, regardless of our concerns. So if the train has already left the station, if these data centers are coming, whether we like it or not, then we need to stop fighting over the neighborhoods and start talking about FISTA. The taxpayer's investment. Let's look at the history. The citizens of Lawton are the ones who bought the mall. It was our tax dollars, our investment, and our risk that created the FISTA. We were told FISTA would be the future of the Lawton economic. Well, the future is here. FISTA can repay the public trust by footing the bill for the project. Instead of placing these massive facilities in areas that disrupt our daily lives or strain residential infrastructure, put them in a space where it's already paid for. Let the data center developers use the FISTA footprint to pay back the debt they owe to the taxpayers of this city, rather than asking us to subsidize their utility upgrades. Why FISTA wins? Placing these centers at FISTA isn't just a demand for fairness, it's a superior technology strategy. Consider the benefits. They have the security, the buffer zones, the infrastructure. FISTA was built to handle the heavy lifting of the defense technology. It is far better equipped for the power and water demands of the data center than a plot of land near a residential street. If you are going to move forward, do it responsibly. Don't force this into our neighborhoods. Move the project to the mall. Use the land we bought for you. Let FISTA manage the growth, and let the developers pay their fair share. If Lawton is going to do what he
Okay,
wants.
time is up. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Dean, is it Cabela's? Dean? Dean, say your last name for me.
Cabela's.
Okay, Dean, I got all your information here, so
All
you
right.
got 2 minutes.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, thanks. I appreciate it. In knowing a little bit about data centers before this even became a topic, I did a little research. Everybody in this room needs to do research about data centers. And just in the short amount that I did, and I provided a lot of information to Ms. Demery because she's my councilwoman from my district, my area here, and I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to share just some key points. Number one, I heard a lot of I don't knows between the statute and what the water, and it's not 15,000, it's up to 40,000 gallons a day for a 2 megawatt data center. We're talking 5 megawatts up to 1 million a day. So where's that water going to come from? Doesn't matter if the city's paying for it or not, it's coming from a local source, which means it's going to eat into what we have for our resources. We got to protect our resources. Does the pros outweigh the cons? Not at all. Take a look, do the research. The sound alone, 89 decibels, do you know what that is? That's a fire alarm going off in a building. That drives you out of the building. That's at the perimeter. So someone says, oh, a mile away, I won't hear that. Do you want to hear a Chevelle SS revving its engine a mile away all day, every day, 24/7, 365? I don't think so. I don't think anybody wants to hear that. That's just a noise concern. Water, if it was a closed loop system, Mayor, that'd be great. Then all the data centers would be, but they're not. 80% of the water gets evaporated into the air. That's pollution in the air. 20% turns into gray water, wastewater with heavy metals. Where does that go? It may go through a sewer system, but don't tell me they're not impenetrable. They do leak. We do ends up in our groundwater, so we have to protect what we have. I really beg everyone just take a little time to do a little research in the environmental impacts, the job creation, and what is the return on investment for Lawton to have data centers here at all anyway? Nothing. Exactly. So take a look at it, do the research, and then get back with your council members to be able to share your concerns. That's what I'm doing now. So thank you for my
All
time.
right, thank you for coming. Mark Gibson. Mark, you're up. Mark Gibson, I got all your information.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. It's great being here on award night, too. I appreciate that. Today was the first day I've heard some changes to the originally proposed zoning change, right? So it's important. I'm going to take some of the information that was provided today and go back and do my own research again, and I hope you guys do. I can see some of you guys actually have done some research into this. You know, I've provided some council some recommendations before, water impact recommendations, you know, using the closed loop requirement or reclaimed water for cooling, requiring an infrastructure utility plan agreement, ensuring the developers fund the electrical and water improvements and not the city taxes, buffering, screening, noise modeling requirements to protect adjacent neighborhoods, decommissioning strategies for the facilities when they become obsolete. These are all recommendations I provided to you, and I hope you take those into consideration. I have also requested that council close the permanent loophole for the I-1 districts for data centers less than 5 megawatts. In 2024, the City Council amended Chapter 18 of the Zoning Code authorizing digital asset mining in I-1 districts as permitted use. This change aligned with the local ordinance with the Oklahoma Commercial Digital Asset Mining Act. If the zoning code already has functionality, state-aligned code to the digital asset mining in I-1, why are we considering a new loophole for data centers? You should be screening projects by requiring a use permitted on review for all high energy, high water facilities, not weakening them. This creates a dangerous regulatory gap. When a developer says it's only a small 4 megawatts facility, what they're really saying is enough power to power 3,000 to 4,000 average American homes simultaneously, to power 4 large big box office or stores, or a regional hospital. By comparison, the 2019 Annual Energy Use Report of the City of Walters.
We're out of time, I'm sorry.
Okay. Basically, 2 megawatts.
No.
2 megawatts is used for power Walters.
Thank you, Mark.
All right.
And Jesse Stroop, did I say that right?
Stroop, sir.
All right, we'll go with that. And I've
How y'all
got
doing?
your information here, so.
Thank you.
Got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Lawton City Council, Mayor, and my fellow Lawton neighbors, before I give my reasoning on why this is a horrible idea, I just want to start with this, that only when the last tree has died, the last river has been poisoned, and the last fish has been caught will we realize that we cannot eat money. This is an ancient Cree proverb, and it's not just words, it's a gut punch reminder that we're gambling away our world for empty promises. My name is Jesse Stroop, and about 5 months ago, I uprooted my family from Delaware and brought them to Lawton, Oklahoma, because the Holy Spirit stirred something deep in me, a call to a fresh start in a new land of opportunity. I came for the raw, God-given beauty here, those wide open plains, the crisp air, and the freedom that Fort Sill helps provide people like me and you, and especially those sunsets over the mountains that paint Lawton's skyline like a divine masterpiece. Just imagine your grandchildren asking you why these mountains look like forgotten warehouses. That's a heartbreak that we're inviting. Let's face the ugly truth about this damage. These massive server farms don't just run. They devour energy, sucking down enough electricity to light up entire neighborhoods day and night. Even with restrictions, we will still pay the price. In Oklahoma, where our power grid buckles under storms and heat waves, like you mentioned, Mr. Wedger, this means more blackouts, higher bills for hardworking families like my own, and a spike in dirty fossil fuels that will choke our air. And the water that they guzzle, we're talking about millions of gallons of water. It's enough to leave farms dry, rivers shallow. We're not talking about progress. We're talking about a slow poison that turns our clean, life-giving resources into corporate waste. Open your eyes, please, City Council. This isn't building Lawton. It's breaking it 1 megawatt and 1 drop of water at a time. I don't have much time, but skyrocketing utility costs that hit blue-collar folks the hardest, valuable resources vanishing, home values are going to tank. I mean, like someone else mentioned, Texas communities, they were sweet-talked into these deals and it weren't what they were promised. It's exploitation, plain and simple. Lawton, we're better than this. These centers won't just scar our land, they'll erode our privacy and corrode our homes.
All right, sir, our time's up. Thank you for coming.
Well, have a blessed night.
Okay, I'd like to get the staff back up here in case we have more questions. Council, we're open for questions or comments and guidance where to go with this. We do have a recommended motion that would make this restrictive to 2 megawatts. Comments?
Mayor,
Yes.
could you close the public hearing?
I didn't close the public hearing. Thank you. Public hearing's closed. Now, who had a question? Mr. Brown.
So, first of all, I know it isn't popular, but thank you for bringing this up because it's a healthy discussion that needed to be put in front of the public. It's far better than waiting until it slaps us in the face and we have to make up a hurry-up decision. So there is no one, I think, that anyone knows that has any intent of bringing data centers here. So you are planning for the future is in case. Two things in this thought. I don't understand why we can't use on review for any of it, all of it. I don't particularly like having the 2 megawatt limit. I think we should strike that and just put it in as use on review. I think that's your term.
Use permitted on review, yes, sir.
Yeah, for any of it. I think we need to be at least open if someone comes in, because the alternative is, if we don't want to do this, then we should at least be up front and not be an ostrich with our head in the sand. We should just say, no, we won't consider it. But I think that goes against some of the state statutes. So I think we should make this as restrictive as possible, and it only can be put in an ordinance that no matter what, even 1 kilowatt, and you're running a data center, use on review all the way through, 2 public hearings, and if I understand right, if it's not in the city limits and it's in the county, we have the ability to say, no, we will not provide you that water. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we have some very tight controls. I may be wrong, but that's my thoughts on this ordinance.
John, was your note about the Attorney General giving an opinion, was that in relations to restrictions or what?
Any of the questions about, and particularly Councilman Epps' questions about whether it conforms with state law. So the Attorney General, ultimate arbiter of all questions of state law, so we can ask one of our legislators to ask for an Attorney General opinion on the matter. So we could send the entire proposed ordinance up there and then we could have them weigh in.
Mr. Epps?
Yeah, just for a point of clarification, the question was more of a process question, and understanding that I wanted to make sure that I understood from my perspective that we could do a use on review and not be in violation. Ultimately, I am of the opinion that I'd like to see us go back and determine how we can legally shape what this looks like when it does come and someone does have a proposal. We're going to just start this all over again. It's because, well, it depends on what we say and what they come with. But from where I sit, I think that even if we do use on review, which I am in favor of, because I think it does need to come back before I don't care about the size, before we say that we can do a thing. I would like to see, how do we put our rail guards around it? How do we put restrictions around it legally, given the state statute? What does that look like? And then what does an approval process look like? What are we saying are the things that have to be met in order for us to approve it? What are the things that have to be met by said data center coming? And I think that's a heavy lift. I think there's a lot of work involved in that, but it's out. It would be nice to see us kind of drive in that direction before we consider, I don't care about the size, the small ones coming, and just do it all use upon review until we understand, okay, here are the restrictions that we want to put in place.
Mr. Warren?
I just wanted to comment. I don't know about the use permitted on review. To me, it sounds like the state statute's not going to let us do that in all situations. We've got to figure out a way to look at every situation individually, though, because, you know, I hear all this talk and cheering about water, and, well, there's data centers that don't use water. They use air cool. So what are you going to do when that happens? You know, so we have to be careful how we try to control something, because we're liable to make rules that allow something else in that we don't necessarily want. So I just think that we need to figure out a way to look at each individual. You know, sound, I hear people talk about sound on a 5 megawatt. It's a lawnmower. And if you'll be really, really quiet for a minute, that's the sound of a data center inside. There's no sound. There is no sound inside a data center. The only sound is the cooling system. So we need to learn how to control it. An air-cooled system is literally a lawnmower outside your neighbor's house. The coolers for a data center are basically chillers. There's one sitting right outside this building. There's one sitting behind Memorial Hospital. There's one sitting behind Southwestern Hospital. Any large building, most of them in the United States now, have giant chillers, and that's what cools a data center. And that's the sound that everybody complains about, is those. Generators is another problem. Most of those don't run on diesel, though. Most of them run on natural gas. So they're going to want to look for a natural gas line when they locate. We need to, this isn't something you can just jump up and say, whoa, let's just put up a stop sign. We can't figure, you know, we got to figure out a way to get our arms around it so we can look at each individual situation. That's
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that there's two important things for all of us to understand as we've kind of gathered here. You know, this is preventative, and I want to commend the citizens for coming out and caring for this. You know, I always look at communities as when they first start in their infancy and people come together to try to find a really nice place to live. And they team up and bring what they have to the table to make the community a better place. And I think that this shows that each of you have researched. Are we all going to agree? No. But we all have researched and come to a common ground that we don't want this in our community. And there's many people up here that feel the same way. We have families and children and futures just like you do. So I want to commend everybody for coming out to do that, because I think that all of us as a community can research, look at that. One of the most important things that we've discussed up here is use on review, and that gives you the ability to have a forum to get together and share with the information that you have, both positive and negative, about anything that comes into this city, especially this issue that we're having here. Because it is no doubt that and this is my personal feeling, that big money is moving to make decisions on using resources, land, and close to people where people are living based on making money for themselves, more than thinking about what it means to live in a community where we're trying to raise our children and make futures for each other. So I think my comment, Mayor, is that we are in a preventative stage, and we are researching this together. And I think that says a lot for the citizens of Lawton and the calls that I've received. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Heaton.
Yeah, if we had a vote here, I'm sure that whether or not a referendum to have data centers, I'm sure it would lose tonight everywhere, not just up here, but not across the board here. But a question I have, you know, is just, we talked about water outside of the city limits, and I'm really not clear on how we as a city or how anyone can control what goes on with that as far as their utilization, as far as some company being able to utilize that.
Okay, so basically, if someone, there are areas in the state where, I mean, the water is only like 60 feet down, and there's lots of it. I mean, I have a 60-foot well at my house, and there's water comes out constantly, no big deal. Out here, it's a little deeper. I think it might be 1,000 feet. So drilling a well in this area is an expensive proposition, right? So there are wells all over the place in this area, but they're just a little more of a bigger deal. And then the amount of water you get is sometimes it's a little. I mean, Rusty. I mean, you all have a system of wells for your alternative water supply, and there can be difficulty in getting that water out. So a lot of times, most of the time, when you're talking about water in this area, I'm looking for a water line somewhere, right? There's a rural water districts that are out that are just east of town, and west of town. So I'm looking to connect to them, but there's a large area that it's not in any rural water district around Lawton. So basically, that's why Lawton has several outside water sales contracts, because a well is too expensive, and gee, you have a water line right over there. How about if I do that? And then the city has done that over time. But that is by agreement. There is no right to that water for somebody outside the city limits. They have to come to council and ask you to allow them to extend a water line so that they can buy your water, right? And it's an agreement that would go in there. It could be limited to a period of time, whatever. It's just an agreement. So you would work that out. You could say, well, I'll sell you, up to 50 gallons per day, or that's too little, but 500 gallons per day for, but that's going to be it. And this is the cost for it. Now, I believe our cost has to be at least similar to or related to our cost inside. That was another state statute. But that's how that works. But we do not control development outside of the city limits, nor does the county, actually. There's no county zoning. The only thing that controls that is environmental stuff like water, getting a sewer line in, or building roads, that sort of thing. But unfortunately, if you own land, you have a right to the groundwater.
Okay.
You want to add something on that, Rusty?
Yes, on wells. If you own the property on Arbuckle Timbers Aquifer, if you own the property, you have the right for 2 million acre feet per year for every acre you own. And that is controlled through permit. That correlates to not a lot of water if you really think 2 acre feet per year, per day. It takes 260 acres to provide 1 million gallon of water per day. That's a reference. 260 acres you have to own. Now, the city of Lawton owns water rights in the Arbuckle Timbers Aquifer based upon all the platted land within the city limits. They get that same right for all the land within the city limits, and the same for each acre of land the city owns, which correlates to we have rights in excess of 25 million gallon on our out of the Arbuckle Timbers Aquifer, at the current requirements through the OWRB. But for you actually have to, and water rights, you can own the surface, you don't necessarily own the water rights. They sell independently, just like oil rights. They can sell independently. You can have surface and surface rights only. They have to have rights to the water underground, so.
Okay, it
gets real complicated.
I really think what's at stake here, we want to maintain control. That's what it is. We want to maintain control. And sitting here and going through all of the possible pitfalls, we just want to maintain control. Now, this suggested motion has us inserting not greater than 2 megawatts instead of the 5 that was in the original suggestion.
Yes.
But you read the state statute that says 1 megawatt.
It says greater than 1. It's defined as greater than 1. So theoretically, 1.1 could do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's obviously too narrow if someone was
Okay, I
approaching
get
this.
it, I get what you're saying there. So, what we might, I think what I'd like to see, we could talk all night, I'd like to see us put in this suggested motion to put it to 2 megawatts, to direct the staff to bring back, and that's not going to be at the next meeting, to bring back the recommendations that keeps the city in control. I think that's what I want. The recommendation to keep the city in control and being as restrictive as possible. Now, I gave that to Mr. Hooton, and if you agree, would you read the motion? And then we can discuss from there.
I move to approve an ordinance with the following floor amendment. One, that Section 1 regarding permitted uses within the I-1 zoning district to be modified to allow digital asset mining and data centers with a peak electrical demand not greater than 2 megawatts, subject to written clearance from the local electrical provider that there is sufficient infrastructure in place to safely support the use without negatively impacting service to existing customers. 2, that Section 2 be modified to amend Section 18-6-17-682 regarding uses permitted on review within the I-4 zoning district, adding digital asset mining or data centers with a peak electrical demand greater than 2 megawatts, subject to written clearance from the local electrical provider that there is sufficient infrastructure in place to safely support the use without negatively impacting services to existing customers. And 3, that Section 3 and 4 be deleted entirely, waiving the reading of the ordinance and reading the title only.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we can get a second, we can discuss that. Is there anybody that wants to second that? That's as restrictive as we can get today without further legal review. Okay, we have a motion and a second. From what the staff is telling us is about as restrictive as we can get. Keep the city in as much control as we can, and then we can direct the staff to bring back, to review this and bring back further restrictions or items that would keep the city in control going forward. Because I really think what's at stake is, are we in control? Okay? And I would include that we need to be directing the staff to try to work with the state. John's on the legislative committee for OML, and I think this is a burden on the state and the cities that needs to be lifted. Discussion.
Mayor, you did mention it, but yes, there are several bills at the state legislature right now that, could potentially change things in the near future, and we would have to come back and potentially address this. But we just don't know what we don't know yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I offer one more thing?
Go ahead.
And I appreciate that motion. The reason that we're here tonight is because your current code is not very restrictive at all. So if you did nothing, you have very little control. And so that's why we're here. We're here actually to provide control, not to open. We're here to close the door, not open it. So just want to make that clear.
Okay, so did I explain it right? We do this, we're about as restrictive as we
Yes.
can be, and staff can bring back further recommendations to keep the city in control? Did I?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah. Let me just discuss the state statute for one second. Just ask a question about that, and maybe John, if you've done some research on that. So the state statute is limiting us to this motion to be as restrictive as possible, and of course, anything can be revisited and changed, and that's kind of what we're talking about here. But I have read somewhere, is the governor doing some work to try to alleviate these restricted levels? Because what we're basically talking about, we can't do anything except for what the state draws the guideline on. Is that That's correct, right, John? And you guys are going to go and try to see where we stand as far as how restrictive we can be. Is that clear? Am I hearing the right thing here?
No, I think there's a lack of state regulation on the issue. I mean, Christine mentioned there's several bills in the legislature right now that are being debated. We don't know if they'll pass into law, but there's kind of when new things come on the scene, it usually takes the law a little while to catch up. And I think that's where we're at right now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so this motion that's on the floor right now that we're going to vote on is based off of the state statutes and what it limits us to this cap that we're putting on there. Okay, so it doesn't limit, but didn't it say 1 gigahertz, and we could do 1.1 or 2, and we're going to 2, right?
It sets the threshold. It says, it defines digital assets mining business as something greater than 1 megawatt. Below that is like a home business. So it's got even less control. But anything over 1 megawatt, so 1 isn't there, but 1.1 or 1.0005, anything over megawatt is this control, and it has to be allowed in any industrial district. So we said is, with this code, or this recommended motion says, okay, if you set the level here, state, we're going to set our part right there on top of it.
Right.
So that you only have this little tiny window that we're allowing without the review. So that's
Correct.
all, basically we're saying there's 1 megawatt that you can slip in. Beyond that, you got to go for the use permit on review.
Yeah, I just want, and the reason I'm asking these questions like this is because I want the citizens to understand what this motion is and why it's the way that it is before we vote on it. And we're voting on this to set a bar right now for the city of Lawton where we stand, and purposely to revisit it. Is that safe to say?
I would say there's a big expectation that the staff's going to come back with more information to guide us through maintaining control. Okay?
And by maintaining control, the citizens need to know that there's nothing really in place from what both lawyers have kind of said. And so we're trying to get ahead of that by setting something in place here in our community so that we can revisit it and stay abreast of any of the other changes that come, so we can keep this as restricted as possible. Is that safe to say?
Yes, sir.
That's exactly it. I mean, it gets it in front of you. Any decent.
Can you get closer to the mic,
sorry.
please?
So, digital asset mining does happen at every scale, right? But remember, yet when I showed you that list on the 10th, I was surprised that, remember the number of data centers that were already operating in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, and lots of them were in the smaller range, but almost nothing was lower than 2, right? And so the ones that really impact the communities are the big ones, those hyperscale ones that use up, 2 cities worth of electricity and 2 cities worth of water and that sort of thing. And that's really what we're trying to put our foot down and say that will not happen in this community unless the city council approves it. And that's what this control is about. And I could not guarantee that your current code would require that.
Ms. Williams.
Sorry.
So I just heard you say, so some of our peer cities have some data centers already?
Sorry. What?
Some of our peer cities already have some data centers?
Oh, yeah.
Who are they and how many do they have?
I had the slide up. There was 2 pages worth of data centers. Remember, I was listing them there last time. There's 2 pages of data centers in Oklahoma, not just in Oklahoma, right? Almost all of them are in the Tulsa and Oklahoma City area. You have my thing. And you know, and around Tulsa. Now, I can tell you that Tulsa is working on changing its zoning code right now because I think people are learning their lesson. I will tell you something. I saw this. There, you know, Wichita Falls put out this video celebrating a new data center in Wichita Falls. And the numbers that they came up, they were showing that, they're saying they're equating data center boom in Texas to the oil boom. And they said it's 363,000 jobs, this is to the whole state, 363,000 jobs and $52.6 billion of GDP. Well, I'm not sure. I personally think data centers are a short term. I mean, certainly when it's being built, you get jobs. When it's being built, there's stuff being put in the ground. But in the long term, that's my concern about it. In the long term, the jobs aren't there anymore. Once it's built, they just have a few people in the center, and they're still using your resources. And my other concern is that computers keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and they keep changing in what, I mean, it might be like 2 years now, right? So if you have a data center the size of, whoops, sorry.
You're okay.
If you have a 40-acre data center, like they have up in Pryor, they probably have a 100-acre data center up there, right? What's it going to look like in 5 years? And what happens if someone can invent something that's that big, that little box, that can do all of that? Well, they're going to walk away from it, right? They've already made their money. So that's my concern. So that's why we're bringing this control, so that if a data center is going to come in the city of Lawton over 2 megawatts, because we had that state statute we're dealing with, they're going to have to stand in front of you and convince you that it's a good idea, right? And that's the bottom line of this code. They have to convince you that it's not going to create an impact, that it's not going to damage the facility, that they're going to be there afterwards. In fact, you can require, as part of their zoning, that they clean the place up, that they provide some sort of insurance and that sort of thing. So that's all the stuff that this allows you to do, instead of just having to say, oh, sheesh, what happened? What happened? I mean, I thought, we didn't have a code, so they went in, so.
Okay, this is about as restrictive as we can get, and we're giving staff direction to bring back more information so we can amend this going forward, or possibly other ordinances to keep the city in control. Are we ready to vote?
Mayor
Okay,
Booker.
go ahead. Yes.
I just want to make sure I have a clear understanding before I vote. Because you said something that caught my ear. What happens if we don't approve this and there's nothing in place? What's the process then if this
Okay.
doesn't go through and
So-
a data center applies tomorrow?
This is why we're doing this today, because we're looking at the code. In 2024, when the state passed that digital asset mining code, right? The city followed it like we always do. I mean, we just, the state issues a code, we put it in zoning, right? It follows it pretty close. It does require that you show that you have the power, right? So there was a good addition, but as long as you have electricity, you're allowed to go anywhere you want to go. Oh, well, in any industrial zone, right? So right now, a data center without a limitation in size, digital asset mining without a limitation in size can go into any industrial district. No limitation in size, right now.
And that's without a review. So what you're
Without-
saying is
without
it
any
wouldn't
further
come to
review.
council at all if we don't
They
do
submit a
this.
building permit
Okay.
and they build it. Now, they would have to have water, right? So they have to get the will serve letter. So it's not like it's ridiculous, but still, there is no control on the current code.
So that's
There's no limitation in size.
I understand. So that's an important nuance, because the last time I asked that question, it was said that because there's nothing in place, it had to come before review. But now we're saying that that's not the case.
We've reviewed more state statute and looked and reread, and since state statute says a data center and a digital asset mining business have to be treated the same, then that's what pulls us back to what the digital asset mining is in code, which is the I-1.
Okay, that's an important nuance.
Yeah, that's not guaranteed, but it is extreme exposures. But that would be the way I would call it, right? Whereas nip it in the bud with this code, and then at least we have control in place that we can, as we work through it farther.
Have we reached out to other cities that have these data centers to see what the pros and cons are, what the impacts are to the community, so we can have some actual data?
Well, unfortunately, what you have is, I mean, you've heard from the community here. What happens is people get caught up in the dollars, you know, and imagine somebody's building a $2 billion facility in this community. There's a boom in town for probably 3 or 4 years, right? And you don't really see the problem with it until years down the road, right? And so that's really what the issue is. And so, I mean, I think some of the people said they see the dollars and they go after it, and I think it's true. But what we're trying to do is say, you know what, we don't want to, that's not who we are. We want to set a code in place that stops that. Now, we're actually would be a little bit ahead of a curve because, I mean, just like I said at Wichita Falls, they just think it's the wonderful thing, right? And that was a current thing. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there isn't a problem with data centers, but as a use permitted on review, we're not saying no. We're saying we need to talk about it before you go anywhere. That's all. That's what we're saying. So it's not anti-data center per se, but it does give you control as to where and how it goes.
Mr. Brown.
I asked this earlier, and I didn't get a straight answer.
Okay.
So it's yes or no. Can we not change every size, anything to do with them, to all required the reviews?
You can. So I would not recommend it, but you can, because you can do whatever you want with your code. I mean, you are the city council, right? Yeah. You can do it, but let's just say my recommendation is right, and someone takes you to court. So the risk is pretty big. So I'm just saying that the risk is pretty big. If you lose, the risk is giant. Because zoning code is looked at as a taking, right? So if you own land that's zoned commercially, if I own land that's zoned commercially and you all downzone it to residential, I sue you and I get the value back from you because you took my value. That's the concern with zoning. Zoning is a really tricky deal, and it's always very important that you proceed very carefully. I wish the state statute wasn't there. Then I would tell you, yes, absolutely, use permitted on review. As long as you treat like uses the same, you can put them all in that same category, right?
So we get caught by what you had previously written, and the data mining is where we get caught on that.
Yeah.
Then could we put it at 1.1?
Well, you can actually, but again, it's another risk. At that point, so 5, I thought, was a window that was big enough but small enough, right? You know, when I first looked at it. So that's the safer version. 2 is less safe, but there's a pretty big window there. It's a whole megawatt, right? There's a big window. 1.1, it looks like you're purposely trying to prevent it. You're purposely trying to
Well, if I had my way, we could write one that says we won't even consider it, but you said that's illegal under state law.
Yeah. So now, the state doesn't cover water usage, so, you know, as long as you treat
We've got that. That's our trick. I got it.
As long as you treat like uses the same, then you're covered.
Okay, you've answered my questions. Thank you. And again, congratulations on bringing us up, because we needed to do it. We need to have this discussion. And as restrictive as we can make it, which in my opinion would be 1 kilowatt use review on everything, but I can't do that. Correct?
You can.
Yeah,
I just
okay,
recommend
it's the
against
risk. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Uyghur, are you reaching for your microphone? Oh, I've already done. Oh, Randy?
I just wanted to mention that we really need to look at part of the problem with this whole deal has been the words data center, because we can jump through all these hoops and talk about data centers all we want, and there's a lot of industries out there that use enormous amounts of water and enormous amounts of electricity. So when we start writing things, we need to try to keep that in mind and not necessarily pinpoint one industry, because we're not accomplishing anything except limiting that one industry. Plus, that does lend to their evidence that we have singled them out for.
That is actually a great way to deal with this. Say everybody that uses this much water is a use per billion review. Everybody that uses this much of this. Everybody with this much traffic is this. And then you're kind of bulletproof then, right?
The other
Because
part of
you're
that-
treating everybody the same.
The other part I would say is, and I appreciate everybody coming out and voicing their opinion to us, but and ultimately the small part is ours, but I would encourage everybody to go home and tomorrow morning pick up the phone and talk to your state legislators, because they're the ones that caused this problem to begin with. There's a reason that they caused it, and it's going to be interesting to see if they fix it, because there had to be a reason that they allowed it to begin with.
Okay, for the new council members, I want to make sure that you know, we have a motion and a second on the floor. You can, if you want to change that motion, you can ask the originator of the motion to accept a friendly amendment, or you can make a substitute motion and see if you get a second. So that's kind of where you're at. What do you want to do? I'm ready to vote. We're ready to vote. Let's vote.
You need to read the title first, please.
Pardon me?
Read the title.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have the new title?
Do you have the revised title?
I do.
Okay, good.
An ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending Section 18-6-14-646, Division 18-6-14, Article 18-6, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand not greater than 2 megawatts as a permitted use within an I-1 restricted manufacturing and warehouse district, and amending Section 18-6-17-682, Division 18-6-17, Article 18-6, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding digital asset mining business or data center with a peak electrical demand greater than 2 megawatts as a use permitted on review within an I-4 heavy industrial district, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. You just have one out, Don Lynn? Okay, I think, is it Kirby? He can just tell you his vote. You got it? Okay. So I don't think 5 votes passes an ordinance, does it?
Yeah, 5 passes an ordinance, Mayor.
5 votes does pass an ordinance. Okay, the ordinance passes 5-3. Does the, part of the motion was not that the staff bring back additional I hate to just use the word restrictions, but I'm going to additional restrictions so that for the city to maintain control. Does the staff understand that? Okay, it wasn't part of the motion. We'll make sure, hopefully in 30 days, we can have some kind of report on that. We're going to take a 7-minute break. We'll make it 9. That'll bring us up to 8 o'clock.
No, I gave up. I asked all the questions, and he started throwing the lawsuit at us guys. That's what he did. At least something's in there. We'll go back and do some legwork with the agent.
Oh, no, I voted no. Oh, on the seat, yes, thank you. Sorry, yeah.
Southeast would be, that's something. Yeah, if it's. Yes, yes, yes.
Ward 4 at lawtonok.gov. Yeah, just give me their names if they're interested in that.
Hey, Jim Ryan. I am some kind of monkey. Now that that item is over with, or temporarily.
Oh, yeah, no question. But I'm not for this, okay? No.
Well, you know, when you don't have any zoning, and I don't even know if counties can do that, I would assume they can, but you have no control.
No. What the states, how I understand the states act, and we all, I mean, we were at 1 until probably 3 o'clock today. Okay. And then we decided, we saw that
For Tiffany?
it says you ought to do this, but the definition of a data center or data mining business is defined as 1 megawatt or greater. And so that meant, that pushed it down into
So here's my deal.
I-1.
It's time to get started. Council, please take your seats. Are you guys ready to start? Mr. Hampton, we need to get started. We're back in session. Item 25, receive an update from the Library of Tomorrow Committee, discuss the committee structure, scope, and timeline, and take action as deemed necessary. Randy.
Mayor and council, I don't really have a whole lot to report. We need more time, and I think, I don't know whether it's my failure as a chairman or if our mission wasn't really correctly spelled out for us. It kind of evolved into, if we're going to talk about this, we have to hate the library, and that wasn't the intent. The intent was to try to figure out if we wanted to spend $2 million on a building without knowing what else might be wrong with it and what it might look like in 2075. We didn't accomplish that. And I'm just gonna read this real quick. Over the past several years, the city has engaged in ongoing discussions regarding the needs, condition, role, and future of the library facilities and services. A standing committee was established to explore the concept of the library of the future with a primary focus on maintaining safe, accessible, and operational facilities for the public. Through this process, a list of approximately $6 million of identified needs was assembled. These items included life safety improvements, mechanical and electrical systems, accessibility, upgrades, building envelope repairs, site work, and selected interior improvements. These figures have been acknowledged by all parties and preliminary and represent a collection of admitted and suspected needs rather than a validated capital plan. Importantly, many of these cost estimates were not developed through a comprehensive architectural or engineering assessment. Instead, they were gathered incrementally over time, often based on informal input from tradespeople or consultants responding to a specific maintenance issue or other issues. In several cases, newer technologies have been intentionally piecemealed into older technologies as interim measures, with the shared understanding that these actions were taken to get by rather than to provide long-term solutions. Beyond the identified items, significant unknowns remain. The current condition of concealed systems and building components has not been fully evaluated, and additional issues may emerge through professional assessment, including but not limited to structural concerns, environmental concerns such as mold or moisture intrusion, code compliance gaps, and other latent deficiencies not visible through routine maintenance. At the same time, nationwide patterns of library use are changing. In-person usage is declining in many traditional service areas, while demand for digital access, online resources, and remote services has increased. These shifts raise fundamental questions about how library space is used, which activities are core to the library's mission, and how these resources can be aligned to encourage digital literacy and access while reducing emphasis on activities that are not directly library focused. The current committee's work was highlighted with tension between continuing to invest in aging centralized facility model, re-examining how library services might be delivered more efficiently and effectively in the future. This includes consideration of service duplication, operational cost partnerships, and alternative models that may expand access while reducing long-term financial burdens. Recognizing both the scale and admitted needs and breadth of unsolved questions, the committee has determined that a more structured and professionally supported fact-finding process is necessary. A new library facilities review committee should be formed to evaluate not only the cost of rehabilitating existing facilities, but also the functional role of the library itself, anticipated service demands, realistic options for delivering library services sustained through the year 2075. The intent of this process is not to advance a predetermined outcome, but to ensure that future policy and capital decisions are grounded in verified information, transparent assumptions, and a clear understanding of mission, public value, risk, and long-term cost. And I just truly feel that we need to look at, and we're not, one of the comments during the committee meeting was that an individual felt like we were singling out the library. And that's not the case at all. If anything, this is, in my way of thinking, maybe the first time we're doing it right. So many times we just throw money at stuff and say, boy, we sure do need this over here. Well, we don't think through necessarily, do we really need to spend that money, or do we need to do a whole different plan? And the reason we don't do that is because we get in a hurry. And we've gotten in a hurry on a lot of things. I mean, I remember things about the library in the past. We had, at one point, and it's not really germane to this, but at one point there were boxes and boxes and boxes of light bulbs over there because they didn't want to put them in because they were going to have to change the way that things were set up in order to make them fit. So they just sit in boxes. So we just don't plan well. And it is my hope that this committee could be disbanded and maybe another committee with a better mission and, well, a better mission. Rather than, we don't need to sit around and, we all like the library. I don't have anything against the library, the individuals that work there. I think it's a great place, but I can promise you it's not what it will be in 2075. It will be something different from that. And if we don't plan, it's going to be just cobbled together and we'll just be hoping that it continues to operate. And that's really, I wish that I had more to report. But it really did it turned into, we like the library, and we do, but that's not going to solve the problem.
Take a question. Do you have an idea of what this mission is you want, and why can't we just give that mission to the same committee? Or do you have some suggestions on committee, how it's composed?
Well, I would like to, I know very little about buildings and engineering and things of that nature. And so I would rather not be a chairman of that committee. But I think we need at least some professionals on that committee that have the ability to make the initial decisions about who do we need to contact, why do we need to contact them, what do we need to ask them to do? Because I'm that guy that says, I've fixed everything at my house my whole life, and what are we going to do about the ceiling? I don't know. Let's call a ceiling guy. That's my response because I don't know enough about it to even know who to call. I think we do need people that have some professional experience in, I don't know if it's building trades or what. I know at some point those individuals need to be contacted. I think we need to have a clear understanding of what that building holds before we start spending $2 million of taxpayer money to put a ceiling in it. Number one, I'm terrified of when we pull that ceiling down, what we're going to find. It may be perfectly fine, but I've seen too many ceilings on closed up buildings like that have mold or, other issues that we don't know about. And we're not going to know about them until we pull that ceiling down. And that's a whole long ways down the road. That's moving books and tarping books, and then we're going to go, oh, wait, time out.
So I appreciate all that, but I'd like to leave a lot of that up to the committee. And I'd like to just come up with what's their scope and give them, what's the problem we're trying to solve, or what is it we want the committee to do. I think we can just keep the same committee, and if they can always call in a professional to get advice. And they may have a trained professional on there. It seems to me like they do, but they can always call somebody in. So I don't think we have to address that. The committee can call someone in. The committee can bring back a recommendation to hire somebody if they want to. So let's let the committee do that. I'm more concerned with what's their scope. What is it you want them to solve?
Well, I didn't call it scope, but I have what I would, if I was building this, committee's charge. The purpose of the Library Facilities Review Committee shall be to serve as the city's independent fact-finding body. They need to distinguish between temporary stopgap measures and long-term functional solutions, evaluate all the building systems holistically, including mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural, envelope, life safety, accessibility, technology infrastructure, require professional input when needed, identify assumptions that materially affect cost, including building footprint, occupancy, service delivery models, and operating hours. That's, really needs to be looked at. That's an important part, I think, when your in-person visits begin to reduce and your digital go up, something needs to change. You just can't keep operating the way you have. Your footprint becomes too big, and do you just continue on with a footprint that's too large, or do you start adding services that aren't truly library services? They need to present their findings that are clearly separate, verified needs versus, wants. We need to know things that are actually risks. We need to evaluate peer cities. We evaluate peer cities on everything else. We need to actually go and look. And that's honestly where I got started on the don't know what's inside the ceiling, is what happened in Norman. Their library is closed because it's full of mold. So we need to do that. We need to look at the capital, the operating cost, service offerings. We need to examine service duplication. It doesn't make any sense for us to spend library budget dollars to duplicate services that are done by other entities, whether it's city entities or nonprofits in town. The library can be a great thing as far as pointing people in the right direction. We don't necessarily need to always be doing the project. We need to evaluate those delivery models and alternative library services. When I started looking at this, and I don't want to get off on this too much, but we talked briefly about and I don't know what they call it, a county system. There's a great opportunity there to actually meld together with multiple counties and to be able to offer services to rural areas with state dollars. It's a lot deeper than just what are we going to do with that building. I think there's a whole encompassing idea of the future and how do we deliver those services to everybody. The county currently is paying us $50,000 for books. I think we bookmark it for books, and that's, maybe we need to sit down and talk to them. Maybe we need to sit down and talk to a multi-county. I don't know that answer, but I think that's part of what we need to do, is look at that, find out how it's working in some places, because there are some places that it's working in. The multi-county. What else do I have here? We need to analyze the cost effectiveness, including cost per citizen and cost per participant. We need to have true metrics of everything that happens as far as who walks in, who walks out. And I understand we've got some security issues that we need to address as a council. That's beyond this committee function, the previous committee or the new committee. That's something that the council needs to discuss and figure out what we're going to do about. But that's kind of in a nutshell what I think that the committee ought to do.
Can I offer a suggestion? It sounds like you're reading a list of things you have there that would make a good motion for the direction of the committee. But I need you to reread it without the commentary, okay? Could you do that? And if that's your motion of what you think the committee needs to be focused on, and if you can get a second, we can discuss it and move forward with a pretty clear scope or charge, whatever word we want to use.
I'm going to read a motion that I've got that encompasses all of that, plus a couple more things. I make a motion to disband the current Library of Tomorrow Committee and to establish another committee, possibly called Library Facilities Review Committee, I just needed something to fill that in, that is charged with conducting a fact-based evaluation of the cost, feasibility, and long-term viability of rehabilitating existing library facilities to remain fully functional through the year 2075. The committee shall operate within an open timeline and is required to provide an initial progress report to the City Council at 120 days, which shall include a summary of work completed, preliminary observations, and an estimate of any additional time required to complete the work. Subsequent reporting intervals may be informed by that estimate. The committee shall operate in accordance with the committee charge, definition of function into 2075, and process guardrails attached hereto as attachments A, B, and C, implementation, which are incorporated in the reference of guidance and implementation. The committee shall serve as a fact-finding body and shall present its findings to the City Council without advocating for a predetermined outcome.
Okay. Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion on the floor to change the, well, it's to form a new committee. I think we can do it with the same one, just change their mission. But there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, the motion dies for lack of second. Now the floor is open for discussion. Maybe some of the other committee members would like to weigh in. Mr. Hooton?
Can we,
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Williams she was making motions to me earlier. I'm gonna let her go first and then get back to you.
can we do a substitute motion? New motion?
Yeah, that motion did not get a second, so it would be a new motion.
I motion that we keep the same committee, and with he mentioning, I need to read all this again?
Okay, so you're good with the charge, you just want to keep the same committee?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That would have been a good friendly amendment, because that's where I was going to go. Let's just keep the same committee. I like that. Is there a second to that? Second. We do have a second. All right. Now, shall we discuss this? Mr. Epps?
Just for my own edification, I understand that there's a director for the library. How are decisions, how is the way forward, new ideas, how are all those things currently being determined? Is it solely just the thoughts of the new director? Is there a process? Is there another group or committee that does like functions?
Kristen?
Now I'm on. The Lawton Public Library has a Lawton Public Library Advisory Board that meets 10 times a year. And so as we've had a building project back in 2020, that came to the library board with discussion throughout that process. And in the ceiling design process, this was taken to the library board throughout that process. Does that answer your question?
It does part of it, and maybe some of this might be part of your answer, and some may have to come from the council. What would be the difference between what you just described does versus what a committee we're getting ready to establish does? What's the differentiator?
Well, and just to add to this a little bit, in this journey to where we got today, we did an environmental study back in 17 or so, because before we remodeled the restrooms, the big question for me was whether we had a bunch of asbestos in the building. And so we went through the process to look at the building. I did look at that report. It does not list mold as a problem, but there's no guarantee, you know, it's like anything. You do your due diligence, but I wanted to know what was a problem. And so anyway, we did the restroom remodel in 2020 during the start of the pandemic. That was fun. And so then McMahon Foundation paid for our ceiling study, because it's a big building with a 5x5 grid, and so we're trying to figure out, you know, what the options were. And so we had that study, and then we had Guernsey design the plan, and so that's where we were in November. It was a design-ready plan to go forward with the renovation, the updates to the ceiling.
Paid for by McMahon, so maybe you're getting ready to answer
Yeah,
my
let
question.
me see if I
Thank you.
can answer your question here. So for daily operations, the library director, the library board are kind of in charge of daily operations. Resourcing decisions comes from the city manager's office in consultation with what the council approves every year with the annual budget. What this committee's mandate was to explore a capital investment, the $2 million the mayor mentioned earlier, and whether or not that was prudent in the existing facility. So does that kind of clear things up in your mind?
That does. Are we changing that focus now? Because that's a clear differentiator for me.
Sounds to me like what you're doing is defining it more clearly. But to me, it's not any different. It's just defined more clearly. Would you agree with that?
Yes, exactly. I was naive, I guess, in that I thought, let's see what the Library of Tomorrow is going to look like. I thought that would get us there, but evidently it was not the best plan.
Mayor, may I say one other thing? Patty Nyworth is here, and she is on both the library board and the Library of Tomorrow board, and I think the council should hear what she has to say, too.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Yes, I am on both boards, and we came to this decision 4 years ago to get the study done, and we did not want to replace the old ballasts because they are obsolete, and this was a good way to do it. You all gave us $2 million to do that with, and we were so excited about that. And I understand that Randy's idea is the future, and we talk about the future at our board meetings, library board meetings, every month. Kristen is one of the foremost librarians in the state of Oklahoma, if not the world. She researches and keeps up on what is coming with the Library of the Future. That's why we're doing so many wonderful things there right now. And our building is good. We use it a lot, as you all know, from our stuff. So I don't understand why we wouldn't want to go ahead and fix the ceiling, but I have no problem with studying where we want to go down the road. Do we want to spend $50 million on a new library? We want to keep the one we have, you know, so it's concerning to our library people that, you know, this is just dragging on and on and on. So, thank you. Got any questions for me?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Is there a safety issue with the ceiling, that it's dragging on and on?
You're the ceiling expert.
I've never worked in a building that has lights every 5 feet. It's a 5x5 grid. and they are fluorescent lights. Several years ago, before I came, and there was 3 light bulbs, and they retrofitted them, so there are only 2 bulbs per light fixture, but we've got over 1,000 light fixtures in the building. And so when we started crunching the numbers for cost savings, and of course, people, we have businesses that come in and say, we can retrofit this and put in LED lights, but why would you spend all that money to retrofit 53-year-old light fixtures? We know with LED that we would have substantially less light fixtures. And so that's how that process got started. So yes, we do have ceiling tiles that are old and have occasionally fallen down, but this was really just a practical, we've got old light fixtures and we've got a lot of them. It's a interesting design style.
So, Kristen, thank you for all that. I really think this is a matter for the committee to review and make a recommendation to council, because that's what we sent to the committee. And I think we have a motion. Did we get a second on your motion, Ms. Williams? We did get a second. So we're discussing the motion. And the motion is to change the mission of the committee to all those things, which is really just giving it better definition of what the council is looking for. And I like all that. I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to evaluate that. And I think we're actually moving to those evaluations annually in lots of departments along that same kind of framework. So I'd like to see us move forward with this, and I have one friendly amendment I'm going to ask for. I did understand you were resigning and you want a new chairman. Is
Yes.
that correct? And I'm going to ask you to make a friendly amendment, accept the mayor's nomination of Kirby Brown as the chairman. Will that work for your second, Mr. Uyghur? Okay. Okay, now we got a motion to discuss. Do we want to define the mission better that Mr. Warren and Ms. Williams put out, leave the committee in place, and Kirby be the chairman? That's the question before you. Discussion. Saying no, Mr. Hooton.
Yeah, I just see there's a couple of things that, the sort of a macro issues. One is a short-term issue, and one is a long-term issue. The long-term issue being, what is the library of the future? Well, I'm not nearly smart enough to figure out what's going to look like in 50 years. But I do know on the other macro issue, to me anyway, is, putting lights into that building is a really good thing to do at this point in time. We're a long, long way from being able to build a $40 or $50 million building. And whether we need to or not, I don't know. I was in there last Friday for an hour, Friday afternoon. I couldn't have been more impressed with the programs that they have down there, and less impressed with the lighting in the place, because it's not good, And I think Lawton deserves better than that as far as just the lighting of it. There's plenty of time to worry about how things are going to look somewhere down the road, and I think we should look at that. Absolutely.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to discuss that in the next committee meeting you have, assuming this committee continues to move forward with a vote. Discuss that, and you guys can bring back whatever recommendation that you determine to the council. John?
Mayor, can I ask for a friendly amendment to the motion, which is, I think we need a clear dissolution of the Library of Tomorrow Committee, because I do think that there was a time limit placed on that committee too. I think it was 120 days. So can we clearly dissolve that, just to make that clear, and then reestablish whatever we want to call the new committee?
Would you accept the motion to dissolve the time? Okay. Mr. Uyghur, second? Yes. Okay, we dissolve the time. You guys take forever or come back next week with your answer. Okay? Any other questions or comments? Let's vote. Motion passes 8-0. All right, let's move forward. Staff report, receive an update from the Public Works Department on the Gore Traffic Lighting Project. Michael.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just was requested to provide a status update on this project, so it should be pretty short and sweet. Let me make sure this is on. There we go. All right, so this is what our current status is. So initially projected is on the top line. Where we're actually at is on the bottom line. So on 4 December is when we initially projected to get our initial distribution of funds or to be approved. That got approved on 10 December, and then funding was actually provided down to us where we could actually start spending it on 23 January. We have spent the initial $100,000. We're waiting for the material to come in, and once that material comes in, then we'll be able to start implementing some of the Phase 0 upgrades for the traffic signals.
Is that all you're going to tell us?
Unless you have other questions.
Well, I do, because it's my understanding the last time this was before council that we were supposed to get some information back. It was going to be, my recollection is it was roughly $50,000 would improve traffic flow somewhere in the 25-27% range. I don't remember exactly. And that to improve it more than that, we were going to get recommendations of cost per intersection, and the intersections were going to be ranked by how they would improve the traffic flow. Where is that information?
We have that information. It's in the final report that was provided by WSB. So we do have that information. That was not communicated that we needed that for, or that we would have to have that for tonight. It was just for a status update. But we can get that and we can provide that for the council.
Okay, okay, I want this on the agenda for the next council meeting to get a full report on what the council asked for months ago. Now, it was $50,000 is my memory, but we've apparently approved 150 or 100, and you're spending money. What is it you're doing, and when are we going to see traffic flow better?
So this was the scenario 0. It's on your screen now. So that was the $50,476. I'm assuming that was the $50,000 that you're talking about. So in order to get to scenario 0, we needed to spend that $50,000. So that's what we have currently done. We have spent that $50,000. We've spent an additional $50,000. You can see scenario 1.1. We started to purchase on some of those items. These are all purchased with CMAQ funds. This is the air quality funds that were from the LMPO. So since we had those funds, we spent those funds because otherwise we're going to lose them at the end of the year. So $50,000 has been spent on the scenario 0. That equipment is coming in. So that includes the GPS units, the electrical wiring, the different signal heads. And then once those items come in, then we'll be able to actually implement. We're just waiting for those items to come in. Last the invoices, when we're talking from our suppliers, we're looking at the April timeframe is when we would have those items coming in.
Okay, so I travel this road multiple times a day, and I don't see a 25% improvement. Did I hear you say the $50,000 has been spent on that part of the plan?
It has been spent. We have not received the equipment yet.
Okay, the equipment, okay. It hasn't been installed?
Correct.
Gotcha. Time frame?
So our suppliers are saying that we should have this equipment in April, and then we'll be able to start implementing it at that point. Our crews are already going through there and working on the timing, getting clarification on the timing for all the different intersections, setting up our controllers to be as such, so as soon as we get the equipment that we're waiting on, then we'll be able to start implementing.
Okay. I think I heard by June 1, we can expect all that to be in place of the $50,000, phase 1, we'll call it, and traffic will be improved something like 25%. Then we're going to use federal funds, clean air funds, to start working on some of those intersections, or the highest value intersections, we'll call them, the ones that are going to give us the most increase in traffic flow. Because I can see this getting stopped up at Sheridan. I can see it getting stopped up in front of the hospital in Cameron. And other than that, I think everything else can probably be made to flow pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Is that what I'm hearing?
That is what you're hearing, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have in this report what intersections we're talking about? Have I identified them?
It is in the report that WSB provided, yes.
Okay. All right, well, I look forward to the rest of this report at the next round. And I really look forward to June 1, when we have Phase 1 completed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mike. Oh, questions, council? Okay. Thank you very much. That completes our agenda up to executive session. Do I have a motion going to executive session? Motion is second. Please call the roll.
Putin? Yes. Epps?
Yes.
Brown? Yes. Demery? Yes. Hampton? Yes. Uyghur? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Can I get a motion to return? Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Executive session item number 27. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B-.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending damage claim of Anson Sloat Davis. No action needed.
Item number 28. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to review the employment of John Ratliff as city manager. Mr. Mayor, no action needed.
Item number 29. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in the United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma titled Joseph Gonzalez as the personal representative of the estate of Tashante Gonzalez, deceased, versus City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 24-1022-D. Mr. Mayor, no action needed.
Thank you. That brings up audience participation. I have one request to speak. Zeb Hendricks. Is Zeb here? No Zeb? Then I need a motion for adjournment. A motion in several seconds. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
We stand adjourned.